Buongiorno a tutti. Non è attaccato. Prova. Prova. Buongiorno a tutti. Tra pochi minuti inizieremo i lavori della seconda giornata. Grazie. To the second day of Drones Beyond 2023. Yesterday, the session were dedicated to innovative aerial service, application for industrial sector, certification, and the construction of the service system with the panels moderated by Paolo Olivares, Munish Kurana, Vincenzo Barbieri and Silvano Capuzzo. Today the focus will be on research infrastructures and innovation, as well as especially on the growth opportunity with drones and for our smart city. Yesterday there was also an important moment of participation with the traditional DB racing, which was brought to life by hundreds of students from School of Bari. The recreational aspect, I think something about Homo Ludens of Huizinga is a very important part of development of drones in our society. Now, the first keynote speech about Grottaglie Airport test bed, and on the stage, Antonio Zilli, Project Manager DTA. Prego.
Good morning, everybody. My task is to open the Today Works, Today initiative. So I will talk you about, and I will give you an update of the activities we are running in Grottaglie, in airport, in particular for the development of the Grottaglie Airport test bed. It is an initiative that we are running since at least now about 10 years, and that since 2018 several projects was started, and since 2020 a number of flight tests and simulated flight tests were realized, and the trip is not finished now, but now is entering in a more important step, more important activities focused on building a new infrastructure. So let's start with that. First of all of us are aware that the industry of UAS is growing, and the expectation, the plans is for a large number of aircraft, of unmanned aircraft in a few years will fly in Europe, but not only Europe. And another aspect that is important for us to underline is that this industry is also related, the innovation of this industry, innovative industry, is also related with the important new sector of activities, industrial activities and jobs. So we want to take in consideration both the aspects. UAS is a new product providing new services, but it's also an opportunity for creating industrialization, development of the regions. We all, again, know a number of technological innovative obstacles are reducing or are to be overcome to realize this development, technology obstacles, regulation, societal issue, and not only the investment and the funding needs, and lastly, the market opportunity that must be definitively identified and exploited. Grottaglie Airport test bed is and want to be an asset for the development of the UAS industry, and all from the research to the end aerial services provided to the end user, and want to support the realization of the European strategies related to mobility, related to innovation and aeronautics. So the mission is to be a one-stop shop where companies, but not only companies, mainly university, academics, and research center can develop solutions in terms of technology, in terms of subsystems of the UAS, navigation, propulsion, and flight control services, and so on, and including the capacity to arrange, support, and realize flight test, real flight test in the real space. We already done that. We want to support the realization of innovative aerial services from the design, development, and setup to achieve the CONOPS, the definition of CONOPS and CONUSE of new services. And in the aeronautics sector, the other point is the insertion of UAS into the ATM and into the EU space. All of that are topics in which we already done some activities, starting by the exploitation of the physical assets that are available in Grottaglie. That is the airport, that is the hangar, that is laboratory, and the airspace. DTA the company that organized this initiative with the municipality of Bari, has two operative sites inside the airport, one for the hosting of the vehicles and supporting any operative activity, and one related with the development of laboratories in collaboration with partners and university and companies. This is indeed the architectural view of the Grottaglie Airport testbed that we are going to deploy in 2024. It is developed with the University of Salento, University of Bari, and Politecnico of Bari. It includes a number of laboratories focused on different components, technological components from propulsion system, laboratories with test bench for hybrid propulsion system, for electric propulsion system, for fuel cell propulsion system. University of Salento, University Politecnico of Bari are deeply involved in this research field, research and technology field. Other laboratories are related with the development of innovative sensor for aeronautic application, for aviation applications, in particular sensor to monitor the environment, to monitor the air, to monitor the pollution, to monitor the quality of water, and so on. Another laboratory is related to the development of innovative devices for position navigation and timing, involving GNSS, involving and including other onboard application, onboard sensor for a more precise and accurate positioning of the aircraft. Data management systems in order to support the analysis of the flight test results, but also the analysis of data collected through the sensor. And lastly, a laboratory about artificial application of artificial intelligence to flight control system and to the management of data, HMI and cybersecurity. This is very important because all of us know that unmanned aircraft unmanned aerial system rely only on information technology systems that are very related with the cybersecurity issue. The other part we saw now the technological and research focus at the laboratories. The other part is the flight test module. The airport will be equipped with a number of ground sensor, radar, and tracking cameras in order to provide surveillance of their space, as well as systems to identify and to track the aircraft and to monitor their evolution during the flight test, with a system to control the ground elements during the flight test capacity. This is the infrastructure. And this is the infrastructure of Grottaglie, but this infrastructure is natively networked. We already have established technological connection with other Italian nodes, Italian sites, and laboratories. Fucino Teleport was the first one. Other laboratories of Leonardo were already connected, and with the project Aurora that you will see in the coming speech, it was connected. The Grottaglie environment was connected with the CIRA environment and with other Telespazio laboratories. So we were already able to realize flight tests involving applications in the different nodes, Italian nodes. So it is a distributed, networked facility. This is the infrastructure, but we already have developed skills during all the experience we realized with flight tests we realized in the previous sector, and we also are able, with the infrastructure and with the skills, are able to provide services in order to reach the goal of supporting experimentation and flight tests, both in laboratory through simulations approach, and both in the real environment on new products, new solutions, to develop also new skills. This is the important aspect because we need, and you more than me, need to train the teams, the operational teams that will manage the aircraft, will manage data during the operations. And in a number of technological domains, UAS module, aerial platforms, the integration of UTM and ATM, and the mission performance support ground environment, the definition of ConOps, and the capacity to not suffer cyber attacks. what we are going we are able to deliver is a number of services in the whole flight test supply chain. Let me see, from flight test preparation to flight test operation authorization, we are able to support, as we did in this, for this event, we supported the companies that realized the number of flight tests and demonstration that you are seeing today and yesterday and today. We supported them in the relationship with the Civil Aviation Authority, but mainly with the other actors involved in the operation. When you operate in a city, a number of actors from the municipality and local police are involved. When we fly in the port of Taranto, we have to rely with the port authority, with other stakeholders inside the port, with the Italian Navy that has a base very near to into the airport. So all of these actors need some coordination in order to host the activities. And thanks to all of them, but this is a task that is very difficult for companies, for operational companies, for US company to carry out. We support the flight test conduction with the coordination. We support with the infrastructure I showed you, data management and knowledge management during, before, during, and after the flight test, and also we are able to support the test documentation. We built this, we designed, we realized these services in a number of projects you see in the bottom part of this slide. And on the right side, you see the other projects in which we are going to work starting from tomorrow, better on next Monday. And with all these projects, we have built an ecosystem composed of research organizations, composed of companies, composed of technology and design and development companies, including institutions that are supporting, and most important, I guess, for you, also with end user or potential end user of the manned aerial system and of innovative aerial services. This is important, and I thank Municipality of Bari that is hosting, that is supporting this project. I thank also the Port Authority of Taranto, and we also have cooperation with UNAPROL, that is an association of farmers. Yesterday you see the panel about farming solutions. So this ecosystem was able to participate in several of these initiatives, and just some picture of the experimentation we had in Grottaglie in this slide since 2020 to practically 15 days ago. On the right part, you see the last picture is from Aurora activities done in Grottaglie practically 15 days ago again. As you see, we have flight tests with very different aircraft, from small drone to very large as the SW4 Solo, but we also have experimentation involving simulation environment, air traffic control, innovative air traffic control system. These are just to remember the activities related with the Municipality of Bari on the left side, mainly realized in preparation of Drones Beyond 2022, while on the right side, you see again some picture of the activities, the demonstration realized, the experimentation realized in the Port of Taranto, realized a few days ago with Flying Basket mainly. So the DTA is building a network of partners and of companies, including and a research organization, and we are pushing the knowledge available to the European system, to the European aerospace system, for the development of the US and EIS industry. Through the development of the infrastructure in Grottaglie Airport, the development of technological infrastructure for flight test, through the development of experience, very deep experience in supporting the innovation and supporting the experimentation, supporting the prototyping, and supporting the setup of innovative aerial services. And we are pushing the edge also by pushing research and innovation and the capability to provide valuable services to companies from the product development to the marketable solution. That's all, and I hope that you will enjoy also the next step, that this session related to the research infrastructure. Thank you.
Thanks to Antonio Zilli for the challenge of Grottaglie Airport Testbed. Next keynote speech about connecting civil and defense UAS development plane. On the stage, Joao Caetano, Project Officer UAS Programs EDA.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There is an echo. Okay. So, very good morning to... okay, I hear an echo on myself, but I don't know the reason why. So, moving on. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Buongiorno a tutti, signore, signori. Allow me to start today's presentation of the European Defence Agency with some words from yesterday. Yesterday, from the speech of the director of Distretto Tecnologico Aerospaziale, Signore Giuseppe Sierno, he mentioned three things that really caught my attention. One was that you were launching the Digital Innovation Hub. Okay, and I focus innovation because it will be important along the presentation that I bring for you today. Second, that airspace is on the top of the agenda, which of course is very important for what we do in terms of civilian side industry and of course in terms of the defense side, because what we want to do is to protect our citizens. Then thirdly, he said that he was proud, and you should be proud, and you are proud of what you are developing today and what you have developed so far. And let me tell you that you should be proud of what you have brought forward. The presentation that we've had before from Antonio is another demonstration of that the ecosystem is growing, the enablers are there and are being deployed, so big congratulations to you. Piggybacking on that, allow me to mention, if you might, that one of the three reasons for EDA to exist is to stimulate innovation. So with this, I am Joao Caetano, I'm the Project Officer for UAS Programs at the European Defence Agency. And I believe that we can work better and we are stronger together. So if we look at the website of Distretto Tecnologico, you'll see a few areas, few focus areas that you have here on your middle left-hand side. And then if you look at the right-hand side, I'll try to match that with the defense side, which is what EDA is doing. So you have technologies and enablers. On our side, we have also technologies, especially UAS on the dual use. We have you have air traffic navigation, and we are betting in single European sky and the digitalization of the sky. You have test and demonstration sites. We have test and demonstration sites, which are available via a database. You have innovative air services, and what we really need as a defense is to have rapid, deployable, safe, and integer UAS systems. You have UAM. We want and need cargo drone capabilities. So there's a mix there. So the only point that we are not really matching is this last one, but we have others that we can tackle. So the European Defence Agency works collaboratively with the Commission, EASA, Eurocontrol, that you might see here. Of course, we collaborate with NATO and, of course, some civilian entities. And we, also as mentioned yesterday by Munish Kurana, the military have extreme experience, or much more experience than the civilians, in the operation of drones. So that's why we are collaborating as well on the engagement and the defining of the European drone strategy that was presented yesterday by the Commission. I'm sure you've heard about this. So let me bring to your attention only two projects that could be useful for you. One is the U-Space, which is a U-Space study that has just been released. You can access all of the deliverables, which are relatively small and well condensed in EDA's website. In those deliverables, you'll find, let's say, a one-stop shop for all of the intricacies of the U-Space and what has been developed at the European Commission EASA, CESAR, and of course, Eurocontrol. And you might want to look at the bottom of the screen, where you also find Italy there. So this is a good compendium of information. If you look at the CESAR CONOPS for USpace, it's more than 1,000 pages, but these documents, I can tell you that you can read this in an hour. So that's really succinct. The other project that I can bring to you, and the highlight is because it's also useful, because you might have heard about the SORA. And if you're happy and you think that the SORA is so the Specific Operation Risk Assessment is an easy tool for you to develop and to use, please raise your hands, because I would imagine that SORA is not that easy. So what we're trying to develop on the military side is a military-specific risk assessment tool that is readily available via a website, if you have, of course, the needed credentials to access. What do you need? Why do you need these credentials? Because it's hosted by the European Defence Agency. So if you're working for government or the defense or a military ordnance authority, you could be using this tool. This tool focuses on, so it's one-stop shop for you to, if you want a request for an authorization for flight, that is dependent on the military ordnance authority, and of course if they collaborate with the civilians, even better, or if you're flying in military airspace, or if you're flying inside a military test center, you can just submit all of the information through here via questionnaire, and you don't need to run the SORA. So you just basically need to answer the questions that are here. So this is still in alpha mode. It still has not been displayed, but just to say that with the help of EUROSC Italia, we are being able to deploy this, and we should have this running by early 2024. I mentioned in the beginning innovation, and I bring to you some information about HEDI, which is the hub for European defense innovation at the Defense Agency. What this concept is bringing is, well, let's face it, betting on innovation, money to the table. This is a very complex flowchart, but I will not dabble into that, because I can tell you I could spend an hour explaining how HEDI will work. But it's just to say that you will be able to apply, because that's the reason why I'm here, to explain to you how you can access this. You'll be able to apply for challenges, projects, prize awards that are defense related. So if you find that you have something that is useful on the civilian side, but could be useful also for defense purposes, HEDI is also a thing for you, so an incubator, an innovation hub for you. We'll be putting money on the table not only for drones, but also for other aerospace technologies, so be sure to look on that. And if you look further, so with the zoom in now, you'll see that there are test centers there. So we will need test centers in order to be able to test the technologies. So what about the test centers? We would be able to support you by providing access to a database that has more than 300 military and defense-related test centers. And let me show you how you would be able to register. If you have already an ongoing defense or government-related project, you would be eligible. So you can email directly your DTAB point of contact, and you should be able to log in with the credentials. If you do not, well, you need to explain why you want to access the database, because this access is granted nationally. Okay, so you will have to justify to your point of contact how you would be able to access the database. Let me tell you, so the database allows you to see where the test centers are. And to my surprise, I must say that I didn't look it up before coming to Drones Beyond. To my surprise, you see that there's nothing around Puglia. So I wonder if this will be an opportunity for you. How will we work together in the future? We are betting, in my section, what we are doing, we are definitely putting money on the table for artificial intelligence, operations in denied or spectrum denied or GPS denied environments, digitalization of the sky, next generation UAS, whether be it rotary, cargo, or operational, so carrying weapons. So man-on-man teaming and swarms and test centers. Let me wrap up saying that EDA is a very interesting forum to get initial experience into defense in order for you to be able to also apply for the European Defense Fund, which is managed by the Commission. So let's say that we would be an incubator for a project that then you would be able to ramp it up and spin it off into a multi-million project at the European Defence Fund. So I want to focus on dual-use technology, and that's the reason why we're here. So again, I'm João Caetano, and I'm available after this session or whenever you'd like to contact me if you need more information about the European Defence Agency and how we can support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, João Caetano. Now it's the moment of this team flight test facility development under Aurora project. On the stage, Ennio Borgna, ENAC, Antonio Ceriello, Telespazio. Per Telespazio c'è Margherita Lenoci, prego.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today we present Aurora project. Aurora stands for Italian Urban Air Mobility and Distributed Test Facility. Aurora is a project of the EASA Navigation Innovation and Support Program, is a NAVISP. NAVISP Element 3. NAVISP Element 3 is an element for support of member states. Aurora is a part of the creation of Italian ecosystem for advanced air mobility framework that is coordinated, promoted by ENAC to provide effective and reliable PNT, position, navigation, timing, GNSS-based services for the advanced mobility in urban and extra-urban environment. Such, the Aurora project can be considered as part of the Italian advanced air mobility national strategy. Aurora project intends to create a public and private technology ecosystem to respond to the following initiatives. For example, in the Digital European Sky Blueprint, SESAR-JU addresses the concept of the urban mobility related to space and its services. And SESAR-JU states that one of the most challenging use cases from U-Space will be to enable urban air mobility. At the national level, in 2019, ENAC signed an agreement on understanding with the Ministry of Innovation for the launch of the National Air Mobility Project, so-called Innovation e-Mobility. Also, ENAC published in 2021 a plan for strategic roadmap for advanced air mobility in Italy. Is a result of the National Working Group aimed to create an Italian ecosystem for advanced air mobility in Italy. Also, at the European level, EASA published an initial regulatory framework for the operation of the air taxis in the cities, for example, opinion number 0323 in August 2023. And also, EASA has published a national strategic vision space 2020-2029, and also a 3-year plan 2021-2023. Objectives and goals of our Aurora project. The first objective is define PNT requirements, so position, navigation, timing requirements, and design a GNSS-based architecture for urban and advanced air mobility. The second objective is implement a GNSS-based PNT distributed test infrastructure, address the AM or innovative air services needs. Using, obviously, laboratories of the DTA, CIRA, and Telespazio, with the definition of standards, interoperability protocols, and procedure that would allow future addition to other facilities. This is important because Aurora is not closed, but will possible to extend other additional facilities other the current facilities. And Aurora also will be exploited not only by the member of the consortium, but even by the third parties, such as manufacturers, technology providers, application developers, and service providers. Finally, investigate new PNT technologies for UAM application, performing laboratory and flight demonstration and their effectiveness. Using, for example, GNS performance monitoring system, GNS augmentation integrity system, radio frequency spectrum monitoring system, GNS threat simulator for UAM, and hybrid GNS IMU, using IMU for the technical fiber optic guide navigation unit. So this is the organization chart of the consortium. We have INAC as a prime contractor, prime coordinator of the project. INAC obviously is the Italian Civil Aviation Authority, is a leader Italian board for advanced mobility. Telespazio acts as a technical coordinator, which provide SATNAV, SATCOM service provider and operator, NSP operator, U-Space expert and service provider by the flight, GNS lab as a service facility, UAM system engineer expertise, UAV and GNS expertise, cybersecurity expertise. Also, we have the other partners as CIRA, aviation expert and labs, which provide Airbus test facilities, UAM system requirements expertise, UAV and GNS expertise, cybersecurity expertise, and so on. DTA, which provide Grottaglie Airbus test facility, UAM system requirements expertise, and also we have the flight, Italian UTM service provider, which provide U-Space regulation expertise, UAV traffic management, U-Space service expertise, and also we have Planetec, GNS as radio frequency interference expert, which provide geometric and earth science expertise in radio frequency interference of GNSS, development of software for space missions. Also, we have Esprivia, ICT expert, which provide Grottaglie UAV experiment monitoring system development. And finally, we have Citenavi system, which provide the GNS sensor and the IMU expert, which provide design and manufacture of inertial navigation sensor and GNS measurement system. For my side, it's all. Please, Telespazio to continue. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So the main objective of Aurora, as already said, is the implementation of the National Distributed PNT Testing Facility addressed to advanced air mobility and urban air mobility needs. The design of this test facility has been performed during the phase 1 of the project, while the implementation will be carried out in the second phase of the project. The distributed infrastructure is composed of interconnected and interoperable facilities made available by the project partner. The first prototype is composed of the existing facility made available by Telespazio, DTA, and CIRA. The Telespazio Laboratory, GLASS, GNSS as a Service, aims to support the development and validation of PNT solution for urban air mobility, and is focused on the building blocks, GNSS performance monitoring, and GNSS augmentation and integrity. CIRA has an already operative facility with hardware-in-the-loop simulation capabilities that are integrated with the flying system FLAIR. This facility has been upgraded during Aurora in order to include the UAM test scenarios capabilities. The Grottaglie Airport test bed has been already described this morning and is an already operative test range for unmanned experimental activities. And also this facility has been upgraded for Aurora in order to include new features to test PNT solution for UAM. As you can see, an important feature of Aurora, of the Aurora distributed facility, is the definition and use of this communication layer that ensure the safe connection of the Telespazio, CIRA, and DTA facilities, and as a final goal, will be flexible enough to easily integrate new laboratories and third-party testing infrastructures. So Aurora is a two-phases project. The first phase started on the 31st of January 2022 and lasts 20 months. The final review will be held in ESTEC next 22nd of November. So the main objective of this phase are to define a GNSS infrastructure that can be implemented within the national UAM mission scenarios, to ensure PNT services for a safe flight of drones and of other aerial vehicles in intra and extra urban area in mission scenarios that include, for example, goods delivery and even human transportation. Another important objective is to provide the preliminary design and justification of the distributed test facility. Last but not the least is to integrate a prototype composed of the building blocks considered a priority to monitor the health and the performance of GNSS signals and to validate it through laboratory and in-flight demonstrations. You can see below the schedule and the progress status of the project with all the milestones successfully completed and the phase 1 final review scheduled for the 22nd of November. And you can show also the planning of the FLAIR flight demo that will be carried out in Capua. And this is an event that is outside the scope of the project and is organized to show to the European Space Agency and the Italian Space Agency the results of the project through in-flight demonstrations. Phase 2 will be focused on the realization of this national test infrastructure and the demonstration of its capabilities. So the main objective are, for sure, to complete and refine the design of the national test infrastructure already outlined in phase 1, to complete the development of this national test infrastructure, to deploy an experimentation and certification infrastructure that would support the implementation of the National Strategy Plan for Advanced Air Mobility, and to full test and validate PNT solutions and technologies for AAM and IAS. The goal of this phase is to develop a testing infrastructure ready for operations. And we are now analyzing the result of phase 1, focusing on the lesson learned, in order to define correctly the objective of phase 2 and the related activities. Start of phase 2 is foreseen in the first half of 2024, and we'll see the participation of all the entities and companies as presented before. To conclude, we summarize the main result obtained in phase 1. That are the definition of the system requirements for the national distributed test facility and for the GNSS-based infrastructure. The definition of the preliminary architecture of the distributed test facility. The following priority building blocks and subsystems have been customized and tested: GNSS performance monitoring and forecast, GNSS augmentation integrity, GNSS RF spectrum monitoring, hybrid navigation unit, GNSS threat simulator for UAM. The first prototype of this distributed PNT test facility has been implemented, integrating the priority building blocks. We have identified and collected more than 30 lessons learned that are the input for the phase 2. We mention here only a few of them that we think are the most important. The need to define the management processes for the testing facility. The need to further analyze the requirements of the communication presentation layers and implement them. And also find a way to speed up the processes for flight test authorization. This presentation ends with a short video showing in-flight demonstration carried out in Grottaglie Airport test bed and in the Capua Airport.
So we are in the testing phase of the Aurora project. In particular, we are doing several flight tests to test the capabilities of the navigation unit of the drone through the GNSS flying box, which has been developed by Telespazio. And this flying box uses the ground data containing the GNSS augmentation, which allows the navigation unit to reach high accuracy even in a harsh environment, such for example in urban canyon, in urban environment in general, and will allow the introduction of the drones usage even in urban areas, which is one of the objectives of the Aurora project, for sure.
Danilo, Stefano, confermate che siete atterrati?
In the framework of the Aurora project, the Italian Aerospace Research Center is in charge to develop and verify functionality upgrade of the current laboratory facility that you can see here, related to a GNSS street simulator module for UAM and a hybrid GNSS IMU navigation unit. The development phase ended with the laboratory demo milestone for the ground verification phase, when these so-called building blocks have been tested in a real-time hardware-in-the-loop environment, simulating some flights of the Flying Laboratory for Aeronautical Research that we call FLAIR, that is operated by CIRA. Finally, the same simulated flights were executed during the flight test phase, when the real FLAIR RPS, which is an optionally piloted aircraft, has been properly customized and used in order to test in flight with the in a real environment the GNSS street simulator, as well as the hybrid GNSS IMU navigation unit.
Now the first panel of the morning about research and experimentation, test site and dual-use UAS technology. On the stage, the moderator, Alessandro Cardi, Senior Advisor, DTA. Prego.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we will start with the panel with a very good viatico, I would say, because the first speakers has put a lot of info to feed this panel. I would also, before starting with the panel itself and to call the panelists on the stage, just introduce the reason why we speak about the test bed and dual technology. I think that we are living today a situation in which the evolution that we have seen in terms of the way in which the drone technology has imposed its own presence in the real life of the people is that is more and more, let's say, important. But there is a but. Today we have seen a lot of operations made by consumer drones and very limited amount of professional drones. This is the reason why the drones have been so spreaded utilization for filming, photograph, and so on. Then they started with some more professional services, the inspections and so on. We have seen yesterday many examples. These changes is change the paradigm of the services and the operations, because you need more professional drones. The weight of the drones is increasing, and we have seen in the whole number of these drones that are not anymore 2 kilograms or 4 kilograms, but we are speaking about 30 kilograms, 80 kilograms. So it is moving up, and it is the way. It is the way in which the evolution of the drone technology will follow in the future. What is the meaning of this movement? Is that we need now more, let's say, proved sustainability, more reliability in the platform, in the sensors, and in the operations. So this step can only be achieved if you have available a value chain in which you have manufacturers, you have the testing facilities in order to certify and to prove the good choices you have made, the performances, reliabilities, and so on. And then we have also, in the perspective, the need for a number of subjects to research and to develop their own products. I wish also to add something more. It is not only the development and research for platforms, but now what we have learned by the European approach in terms of operations, in terms of services, what is needed is to have an operation-centric approach. It means that the complete chain of the operation on the service has to prove to be safe. The platform, the reliability of sensors, the information that you exchange, the operator, its own procedure, the airspace, and the service in itself. So all these pieces that is forming the picture, they need to be proven to be safe, reliable, and secure also. I don't mention about the security. We have spoken about, and we heard this morning about the needs for defense. Now, why then to speak about military? Well, I think that defense should be taken up in a more general and broad sense. It means military, of course, but also police. So defense from terrorist attack or illegal situation that can create in any piece of the country, in the cities, and not only in the cities. So the defense has its own need. And then it brings me to another question, because I would run this panel based on the three main themes. The first one is the relevance, as you can imagine from my word, the relevance of a test bed as a piece of the value chain in the system, the expectation that we can have about the use of and what means to have a test bed, and the third layer is the dual-use technology. There is more and more evident, and I do thank the former speaker from EDA, that there is a sense in order to have more efficient and even economic approach in order to have technology proven either for civilian use and for defense use. So this is a theme that has always been discussed at any level, at national level, international level, European level. Just to conclude my introduction, in my former job as a Vice Director General of ENAC, I attended for many years, a lot of meetings at European level. And specifically, when we speak about the use of airspace, and I mean the flexible use of airspace, the wording that we use today in order to stress the concept that we have only one airspace that should be used efficiently by the civilian, by commercial use, commercial operations, and defense needs. So I appreciate and have ever appreciated the cooperation and the importance to have a strong cooperation between military side and civilian side. So starting with this, I will put these themes to my speakers that I invite to go to the stage, starting from, I was just on the left side, coming from the left side, Ennio Borgna from ENAC. You already spoke about the Aurora project. Emilien Vatelet has already taken the stage, director of Test Center in Belgium. And then Gianpaolo Conte from Leonardo, and Christian Lai from Avio Aero. There is a fifth speaker. He's Mr. Giovanni D'Amore from Italian Space Agency. He was planning to participate by remote connection, but he advised us that he's blocked in a big jam due to an accident, car accident. So he's not sure if he will be able to connect, either reaching the office or by phone. I don't know. We will have the pleasure to ask Giuseppe D'Amore the same question that I will ask to my speakers. So, going back and starting with this panel, that I will try to manage in an efficient way in order to also recover a bit of time. Starting with the first question, I spoke about the value chain and the, let's say, and the place that a test bed can have in this value chain. So I would ask, starting with Emilien, that is director of a test center, what is your position, what is the consideration about the subject of the relevance to having available a test bed? Please.
Being the director of a test center, I cannot say that it is unless not useful. It is from the feedback that we have from the industry. And I think we can ask the question to my neighbors just after. The situation with the politics right now is that if they want innovation, companies would like innovation, citizens would like innovation, but in the drone world, you cannot test that innovation. Simply because the legislation is strict. And it's just that if you build something new, you cannot fly with that. So we definitely need a place and places in the world to be able to test these systems. It could be hardware, software, sensors, or applications, to have some feedbacks, and then to go to see the authorities and say, okay, now I can prove that my system is good enough to be on the market. And that's how testbeds are useful and should be useful. But to do that, we also need the support of the authorities to be recognized as a place to test it again. So we can say that we are testbeds, but if we don't have the authorization to do what companies are expecting to do, that's another problem. So I would turn the question, if I may, to Leonardo. Say, okay, if you want to develop something new, what are you supposed to do? Or what are you doing?
Please, Gianpaolo.
Thank you. Yes, when we develop something new, we definitely need proper test facility to test with less constraint that you usually have in regular environment, because authorization is the hard part. So when you have something which is new, which is not certified, which is not completely even fully developed, but you want to test it, so you can only do that in such test case which are safe, and you have proper facility also to measure the outcome of the test, and it's essential, I have to say. So it's really important.
Yes, let me intervene on this subject. I know by experience that many manufacturers, I mean the manufacturer of the entire aircraft, or let's say the platform, in terms of more neutral terms, Generally speaking, and in many occasions, many times, it happens that the manufacturer leaves or has the assembly line in face of an airport. And then it has its own facility to test the product. And this is a matter of life, that is true. I need to know, or it should be very interesting to understand, why to have a third-party test facility? So not your own facility, a third-party facility. This is a subject that's quite interesting to speak. I mean, that also Avio Aero can answer, but Gianpaolo, if you can start with your own position on this.
Simply because the spectrum of the thing you want to test, it's diverse. So you might have a testing facility, just next to your plant, which has certain feature, but you probably need, in general, you want to test many different things which are not possible to contain in a single facility. So the environment, you want to test in different environments, so you have to go somewhere else. This is just the quite obvious. So that's why.
Okay, thank you. Even things that seems to be obvious, maybe sometimes they're not so obvious. Yeah. Please, Christian.
Yeah, I would like to echo your comment because we are talking about perhaps a kind of changing of paradigm, because many manufacturers have the flying testing sites close to the airports. Formerly, I worked for Augusta Westland, right? So we had, let me say, the assembly line close to Malpensa, right? So in Cascina Costa of Samarate. So it's normal, right? So, and that is the environment. But right now we are changing and reshaping the ranges of the aircrafts that need to cover, right? We are not talking about aircrafts that will reach out hundreds of kilometers. We are talking about drones. We are talking about smaller aircraft that need to be more tied with the surfaces, with the infrastructure, networks, in close proximity of the ground, and the environment is completely different. So for this reason, I think that third-party facility would pay the requirement. And there is another thing, and a well-framed reserve for flying experimental activities would also pay the requirement to help the airworthiness authority to learn from what we are doing and to rephrase and adjust the regulatory environment for the certification of the services and of the aircrafts.
Yes, very good answer. I appreciate both the answers that I received, also because you mean that if you have a tailored situation, let's say a technology-driven test site, you can, let's say, have more benefit from a situation in the environment in which this is specifically designed to host testing for drones, for example, for the different reasons we have. And then I would add another, let's say, layer on this. We know, and this is quite common and understandable, when we speak about the traditional aviation, I can assure you that the profile, the flight profile, the mission is already given. I don't want to say it's rigid, but it's given. A transport aircraft has to fly in a given way. There is no other chances. So the testing is more or less, let's say, not easy, never easy, but fixed and programmable. You can program this. You can plan. When you speak about drones, you speak of something that's undefined, because there is no specific mission. There are hundreds of missions. So if you have tested a drone and a solution for a specific mission, don't care. After 1 month, you will test again because it's changed the mission profile, it's changed the service, it's changed the operations. So this is a good let's say, picture of the meaning of a third party. And Ennio, what is any thoughts about you on the subject?
Yes, I think if I think the high risk of the operation, it is necessary to that the manufacturer, the developer responded to some requirements. For this is needed to have infrastructure facilities to simulate, to demonstrate in a simulated environment and in a real environment to respond to requirements of the regulation in order, for example, to demonstrate compliance with the requirements in a certification process, for example. For the drones, I think, for example, design verification is a process in charge of EASA, but also for example, transport passenger in a type certification process also is a process in charge of the EASA. And for demonstrate compliance with the requirements, it necessary to have adequate infrastructure, adequate facilities with as suitable for this necessity of the manufacturer or the developer. I think third parties is an opportunity for third parties utilize infrastructure facilities for example, reason of cost-benefit reason, or for standardization also.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much. I think that, let's say, going on this, the same line, that when it is quite usual to have an aircraft manufacturer based on an aircraft, because they have the needs that is traditionally placed to find manufacturers of aircraft. But a manufacturer of a drone has no need to stay on the airport. You can build your drone in anywhere, anywhere, and maybe it's even more economic to produce in a factory in a country and not in the airport. It's notably very costly for a manufacturer to stay. So it's usual to have quite a number of platform manufacturers, and not only platform, as I said before, living or having its own activity outside the airport. So having a third party in this case is also an answer to a need that a common facility for many manufacturers. And again, I appreciated your answer about the sharing of knowledge, because if you have a concentrated in one place, not all, let's say, many operations, development, and testing, you can let's say, learn from this and share with the others. So there is a common growth of the system. So it's another, let's say, in my opinion, a tool for the test facility to stay in the loop and to provide answer to the market. Okay, so I think this layer has been really an issue, and we have well discovered why there is a need for a third-party test facility, and this is one block. So if we go on this reasoning, I said before that there is let's say, another layer is the expectations. What are your expectations when you approach a test facility, or you choose a test facility? Let's say, let's reason about you have 2-3 different sites in order to test your own article. Maybe the platform, maybe the sensors, maybe the solution of the assembly, maybe the operation that you had to test. Because what I mentioned before, operations are not standard for drones, are coming from the creativeness, the creativity of the people inventing new services and new operations. So you have to test anytime how good, how safe, how stable are your operations, the new operations. So according to this scenario, what should be, or what you think are the expectations of a customer, looking from the customer? I will start this time from the industry side, Gianpaolo, for example, and then Christian.
Yeah, so the expectation, first of all, is the airspace. So how large is your test site in order to, perform range tests, for instance. So the range is a parameter, and like ceiling, altitude is another parameter. Then I would say also what type of instrumentation the test facility has implemented in order to monitor the air traffic. So usually test site, you have to reserve you have to make a NOTAM, you have to reserve area, you don't have, hopefully you don't have intruder, you should not have intruder. But NOTAM by itself is not a guarantee, that you don't have infringement. And this is important that the test facility has, an active monitoring system to monitor the, airspace for non-cooperative, vehicles. And so I expect that. So radar system, I saw that you're, in Grottaglie, you're going to implement a radar system, 12 kilometers, just for that, and also some electro-optical tracking system, and this is very good. So this is another aspect I expect from the test site. Also, would be nice to have NOTAM handling. So if someone is, handling all the NOTAM requests, which take out some of the burden from the operator who want to concentrate on the test. So yeah, there are many other things. Also, for instance, if I'm going to test navigation system, like if I want to test GNSS denied, I've seen here in Aurora project, there's a focus is on GNSS infrastructure for navigation. So I would like to have, for instance, a jammer available. So if I develop, GNSS denied navigation, then I want to be able to test it, and then I need a jammer. So if you provide jammer, I can test how resilient is my system. Sure. So there are many things to consider. Not going into the urban air mobility. I would like to have an urban area which I can use to experiment. Usually it's very difficult to perform tests in urban area for safety reason, but I need to test there, and then I need a safe area to test. Proximity navigation, when I navigate proximity to building is a problem, so I need to do it, and I stop here.
Okay, thank you. And then Christian, what was your consideration about?
I can report with some level of hindsight, some sensitiveness within Avio Aero, and within several players that are all around timeliness. And I do appreciate the takeaways coming out from Telespazio's presentation within the Aurora program, in which there were two learnings relevant to timeliness. The first one, to have in time or adequately in time the permit to fly, and to have in time the availability of the data coming out from the flying testing activities, right? I would add something else on top of that. The sensitiveness that is growing around within our environment, within Avio and so on, is also relevant to the segregation of the data, right? Because if there is a platform, if there is, let me say, a testing facility, yeah, that's great that everybody can access it, but one strong requirement that the facility needs to take into account is the, let me say, capability to segregate, let me say, the repositories of procedures and data coming out from the experimental activities. So those are the three requirements that should be taken into account in carrying on this endeavor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Before moving, I mean, just wait, because I wish to put a question or stimulate your consideration after the industry expression of needs. Just collecting, because I'm very interested in your consideration about this. We have, trying to recollect, we have these issues, that is the adequate space. So a test bed lives on space, airspace, on air. It's not on the ground. The ground is everywhere, but it's not the same for airspace. Airspace is very limited and scarce resource, because there are a lot of activities in air, and then it's difficult to find out the right space at any time. And what you have said, let's say, push me to consider that having right procedures to be timeline, right procedures to, let's say, to activate the right airspace volumes according to the needs. And this is just to end. In addition, I would say, looking at the specificity of the drone operations, the flexibility to go beyond, because as you mentioned, any test you have to do, it's not for sure that we have the solution already in place. So you have to have also some capacity to tailor and to innovate in terms of testing. So, I mean, you manage a test center. How do you sound these issues to your experience?
The good news is that we have an answer for you, not just me, but we are a community of test centers. So we have a bit more than 40 test centers in Europe, and I would say more than 30 are together in a kind of cluster association network of test centers. So it means that we know each other, we have the direct contact, and we know the added value of each of them. So if you want to fly in the middle of nowhere and the only thing you will see is snow, we have it. If you want to fly over the sea, we have it. If you want to fly in an urban area, we have it. So depending on the kind of test you would like to do, we can give you the best place to do it. And this is the very strongness of this network, is that if on day one you just need to take off for 2 meters, go 2 meters far and then back, you can do it anywhere. But as soon as you need something more dedicated, we can find the right places to places to do it.
But very, very good answer, and it opens a window in another subject, a network of test beds, and it's very, very, very good, let's say, position, and I appreciate a lot of the sense of community. It's not a competition, it's a cooperation. So this is a different angle to approach the test, let's say, issue. But as far as the expectation, do you agree with a level of, let's say, equipment and, let's say, structuring of the test center?
Yes, of course. I mean, the basic things is that you need an airspace, which is more or less blocked or safe. But then the requirements are very different depending on the companies. I mean, if it's a big one that need to test a fixed wing of 4 meters for 25 kilometers, it's completely different if somebody just would like to test a sensor on an industrial building. So, and for that, you don't need to lock an airspace for 4 hours or for months. So, definitely the requests that we have are very different from one case to another. And this is also the strength that we can offer, is being flexible. and open to any kind of request depending on the sector, the kind of application, the kind of company or research centers or universities, because they are also part of our users. So this is definitely what we bring to the market.
Yeah, thank you very much. And the mentioning of the academia is really another issue, very important issue, because as far as the academia world is realizing that it can go outside of the rooms in order to improve their own knowledge and to offer to the students more, let's say, possibilities in order to learn and to acquire capacity, not only knowledge, but also capacity. I think is a good way, and very often we are looking that academia is going together with industry in order to promote or to establish new solutions and to study, because we have to also consider that the world of drones it's difficult to find out the same level of knowledge in terms of, let's say, complete coverage of all the disciplines, because there is nothing more difficult than the aviation in terms of product. The number of disciplines you have to cover, from the structures, the aerodynamics, the systems, and the range in which they have to function properly is really, really difficult and requires a lot of knowledge. And not all can have the complete range of knowledge. Then the academia is really a supportive chain or the value chain, as I mentioned before, for this. And then even to have test places in order to prove is something that add additional value to the system. And I will conclude with Ennio, just recollecting all we have said. What is your consideration as part of the authority?
Yeah, I consider Aurora project, for example, is a project that is a comprehensive of three distributed test facilities. And these test facilities are well connected, and they contain laboratories, software, personnel, expertise, and this distributed test facility is open out of the third party, academia, for example, research institute, manufacturer, operators. And this open structure is a benefit for the society and for the develop of the technological developers, for application developers, and for reduce the cost of the development, because we have the possibility to test, to simulate, and finally to demonstrate in real environment with adequate ground segment and adequate aerial segment, the process of the development of the product, sensor, and the product in general.
Yes, thank you very much. You pushed me to another question about the test facilities. I mean, you mentioned that from the authority point of view, a test facility is useful for the market, first of all. Yeah. And any producer, any operator can find in a test center a solution to prove its own solution for the market. And this is for its own needs. Yeah. Now, there is another place. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes or many times, at the end of the game, at the end of this development, you need an approval, a certification, an approval from the authority. What do you think about the the way or to recognize, is there any way to consider that if you have done the testing in a given test facility, I don't want to say Grottaglie, I'm not speaking about Grottaglie, I'm speaking in general. In a given test facility, your, let's say, your process will benefit from the knowledge that the authority has and of that facility, the authority itself or through another authority if a test center is in another country. Is there any added value in this?
Yes, is a value in the chain of the value is for sure, because these facilities is structured in a good manner for testing, evaluate some operations, and for all the necessity of the operators manufacturer, but also for certification process, to accelerate the certification process, also for design verification, but also for type certification process in the certification, because we have a system that work for these objectives, for example.
Yes, yes. I just to complete the thinking, I think that in the same way, because type certification is a remit of EASA, so it depends on the EASA how they recognize or not, in which way they give credit to the test centers. But in any case, as I mentioned before, when we speak about drones and speak about drone operations, and more when we speak about drone services, you need to prove the robustness of the solutions, and then the test facility can be one of the let's say enabler from this let's say demonstration. So I think that even the authority can have more and more let's say benefit for having or to for the functionality and the use of test facilities. Emilian, you want to argue?
I fully agree, but on the other side of the playground, you have the market. And if you want to sell something, you need a market, and you need to demonstrate also to the market that it's feasible. And we all know that flying a drone from point A to point B in the middle of nowhere, it's feasible. But then if you need to cross a highway, a village, or a forest, this is another story. And so you also need some test areas that allow to recreate this kind of environment to show the market that it's fine. And this is also the added value for the authorities, is to say, okay, that drone can fly, then show us that it can fly safely in the environment that you are targeting to sell. So this is also, I think, very important.
Yes. So it's the ability to create a situation in which, an environment in which you can demonstrate. Thank you very much, Emilian. You got the point. I think that this is one of the other, let's say, approaches that we have to use when we speak about the test facilities. They are not only for the GOTA of the aviation. They are for all of us. So it's something very, very, it has a real added value in the value chain of the drone operations and drone services in the near future, I hope. Then, this brings me to another, let's say, to the other layer I mentioned before, because when you use the airspace, when you introduce some procedures, has been mentioned by Antonio in the specific when he spoke about some operations, but the issue is very common all over Europe. When you have to do something, when you have to prove something, you need to involve a number of people that sometimes is really a very incredible, a long queue, from the municipalities to the managers or the line operator, the power line operator, for example, the port operator. So there are a lot of subjects involved, not because they have to do something, but you have to ensure that they don't have to do something against, just to create let's say, an environment, an easy environment. So also because they have some activities and they don't wish to be disturbed by proof. So having said so, there is one of the actors that you have to take into consideration. There is the military side. And the military side because we use the same airspace. When you fly with a drone, you fly at a low-level altitude. But you know that there is someone else flying at low-level altitude. There are police, especially in near the cities. There are the emergency services, basically with helicopters. And we have the military, that they fly at a low altitude because of their own, of course, duties. So you have to involve this institution in any case and in any way. But in addition to this, it brings into the question of the dual-use technology. The military can be very cooperative if they are very well aware of what you are doing and what are the technology you use, what is the flying object, because of obvious reasons. So this is in the use, but going back to the development of technology, the dual-use technology is something that has been discussed since many decades, because the aviation, we have sometimes is the follow-up is the military side that is going further. Sometimes it's the civil aviation, but is at the end of the game there is an exchange of, let's say, knowledge and capacity. So, what do you think about the development of dual-use technology vis-à-vis with the test facilities, and what are the impact? We'll start with Emilien this time.
I would first say that yes, we talk about that for decades, but it was not that efficient, and because a lot of companies that are active in the military sector don't want to say that to the civil part, and vice versa. So yes, it occurred, but it was not that easy. Definitely, both parts can benefit from each other. Definitely. So we have to bring them in a common point somewhere. Maybe test facilities could be that, because once again, the scenarios that you need to recreate for military reasons are or could be quite similar as the one for civil. So definitely there is a place to do it. The question is how to do it, because the feeling is that it's two separate words with different kind of clients, different kind of objectives, different kind of scenarios, and it's sometimes hard to mix them together. It was the same with universities and companies. If we think about 15, 20 or more, depending on the country, years ago, you have researchers that made researchers and companies that are selling things. And the researchers were not discussing with with companies. As soon as the project was over, they move to another one. They don't care about the final project or the next step of the project. For defense, it's a bit, I have the feeling that it's a bit the same. So definitely we need to merge those two sectors together. And I think that the best examples are companies and organizations that are involved in both and that are physically dual use. And it will open the door for smaller SMEs that are maybe more civil, that can bring the technologies to the military side and have a kind of virtuous circle from that point.
Yeah, yes, you're right, and we all have the perception that the two words have a lot of difficulties to communicate from the beginning. I mean, not for the use. The cooperation on the use is quite good, but what the system is expecting, the expectation of the system, is to have a lean process, economic process, efficient process, and effective. So if you can do something, and the question is that, do you think that the test facilities can do something on this in order to, because as Mr. Caetano said, just the speak before, there are a lot of commonality, maybe 80% or even more. Then what is different is the use, and maybe linked with use some specific equipment, but it's very limited looking at the entire, let's say, the complex world of the drone or the operations. So it's something that can open. And he also said, because it is a truth, that EDA has taken on board the same identical rule developed by EASA for a simple reasoning. Why to duplicate? Why to spend money, energies, resources to create a rule that inevitably looks like the civilian one? When the civilian agency, the EASA, is spending a lot of money, a lot of resources to not only to develop, but to maintain. Believe me, it's not difficult to build a rule. The difficult one is to manage, to maintain in the time. So it has been a very, very illuminated choice by EDA. It opened the door to have many processes used by both the side of the sky, so the civilian one and the military one. So I wonder if I will put a more tricky question to our friends from industry. But just to conclude your reasoning, do you think that test facilities can do something on this, or not, or is waiting for some other decisions?
It's always a question of awareness. I love that sentence. We don't know what we don't know. So if you're looking for an SME because you're looking for a technology, but you don't know that it exists, you cannot know. So test centers can be that link, definitely. But the game is also at European level. And I'm very pleased to know that EDA is working with EASA, with Eurocontrol, because this is the basis of everything. With the European Defence Fund, more and more SMEs are involved in some kind of project. So you have the big players, but they also need the SMEs to develop new and innovative solutions. So this is the first step. I guess it will take time, but these are some initiatives that will be bring together, and at the end of the game, we will have, I think, a very good collaboration.
Thanks.
Hope
so. we all hope. Thank you. No, going back to the same question, but I wonder now, the subject, is the dual-use technology, but what can do the industry on this side? Is the industry a promoter of a common approach, or let's say something like this in terms of processes? Please, Christian.
I was thinking about this question. That is a little bit tricky. I like Emilienne's point. This needs to be coordinated by the community at European level. The test centers may be enablers, right? Industries may make clear the need, right, at the right levels. And I think that talking about dual-use technologies is always a little bit tricky. And it's a path full of thorns. So I would like to rephrase it as let me say, a need for the development of the technology that needs to be coordinated at community level, at European level, and needs to be carried out, promoted by the industries and facilitated by the facilities, right? So other than that, this poses some issues also in the coordination between the military and the civil environment, because whenever the technology is a little bit accrued, right, and mature, there is always the risk that the restriction may come in, and the restrictions to access to the data may pose several challenges to the facilities in order to arrange the infrastructure, the IT, and the segregation of the data. So these are all things that we need to take into account. But anyways, I think that the need needs to be pushed by the industries as first, seeking out for concurrence with the enablers that are the facilities, but the streams need to be decided at a certain level in Europe.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. I think that the manufacturers, they have a specific, let's say, reason to try to involve both, because they have to sell their products.
Yeah.
And if you have an approval, I mean the product or the service or the operation, it doesn't matter. They need to sell it.
Yeah.
So if that solution has already been approved by both sides is really easier. So, Gianpaolo, what do you think about?
I was thinking that when you think about military tests, usually this involves many components, even not airborne component, even on ground component, and some very often always military have their own polygons where they create the setup for you where you can test your air vehicle in combination with other vehicles, and that's what military want to say. So how do you integrate your capability with other military capabilities? So that's what needs to be done at the very end when you want to demonstrate the final capability.
But do you think that the industry can be a promoter of the concept to have, as far as possible, not always, of course, a common, let's say, involvement?
It's tricky. Yes, it could be. It could be, but it's complex.
Yeah.
I'd say it's a complex thing.
Yeah, I see. I see. Okay. And maybe is ENAC the the right promoter?
It's not
I
easy.
mean, I don't want to speak
not
about
easy.
the products. Let's speak about solution, technology for operations. The involvement of the military side.
I think is a good for civil aviation to have collaboration with military aviation, because is a change is a change of the contribution, etc. If the industry is interested in this, is good for us, I think. But you are at the beginning, and but we are some sector that, for example, I think in maintenance organization use. It has a maintenance organization use Part 145. It has a Part 145. For maintenance in military application, they use the same regulation. So we are a convergence between regulation, military regulation, and civil regulation. It's at the beginning, but I think in the future that will be good for us.
Okay. So I will stop here. There are many other issues as interesting sides to be investigated, but I think that it's good enough for today. And I will thank you, hoping that the perception you have about test facilities, their use, the value, and what we have to take care of the situation around test facilities in order to let them grow and offer services is a perception that can be shared with you. So thank you very much for the attention, and I hope that you have a very nice continuation of the event. Thank you.
For the first session of this morning, the last keynote speech, Italian US Industry, Capability for European Leadership. On the stage, Cristina Leone, President of Cluster Tecnologico Nazionale Aerospazio.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me. Today, I would discuss with you what we are doing at the national level in terms of technology in the field of unmanned aerial systems. I'll try to speak and then perhaps we will improve. It's okay, fine. Thank you. So I would present, first of all, what the Italian cluster on aerospace is. This cluster was established 11 years ago by the Ministry of Research in Italy in order to aggregate the best expertise of the regional districts in Italy. Today, we started with 5 major districts 11 years ago, and now we are 15 technological districts on aerospace. We aggregate also the 2 major industries that are Leonardo and Avioaero, the Italian Space Agency, the major research institutes such as CNR, the National Council of Research, CIRA, that we listened before, the Institute of Volcanology in Italy, and the aggregation of all the industries, IAD, that is the Federation of Aerospace and Defense Industries. This aggregation represents more or less all what we are doing in terms of technology in Italy. Each district is a public-private association, and in this way, in each district and consequently at the level of the cluster, we have what we call the triple helix. So we have all the actors that works together in order to have, starting from the market, which are the best technologies and capabilities that we could develop. The 3 major activities of the national clusters are the publication each year of 3 annual plan in which we describe the technology roadmaps for aeronautics and space, but also all the activities to implement those roadmaps. The second issue that we develop in the cluster is a discussion between all the actors that I described before in order to discuss in small working groups the technological priorities for Italy. And the last activity that we do, all the activity related to communication and dissemination, and also advocacy to the stakeholders in order to promote what we do. Okay, today and yesterday, I believe that you discuss a lot about drones and unmanned aerial platform and system. I would do a very short description of what an unmanned aerial system is. It's not just a platform, but it's a complex system, a combination of different equipment, different systems, communication, sensors, and also all the activities related to the training of the operators. And we listened before a lot of deeply topics and argument in support how it is important to test and to train the crew to operate the unmanned. I believe that all those elements are the area where we focus on the level of technological roadmap. And then I will give you a brief summary of the technologies that we would like to focus on inside our technology cluster. First of all, two elements for the market. Firstly, the market is growing for many reasons. One of the reasons for sure is what you see in the picture that was published in the SSR Unmanned Plan. A lot of sectors are impacted positively by the use of unmanned. So as you can see here, agriculture, energy, critical infrastructure, and so on. And also in the unmanned sector, you have a huge number of different platforms from grams to tons, and a lot of different sensors that could be where we could equip the platform, and different type of resolutions, different type of missions. The second point is something that we saw in those days during the conflict that we have both in Ukraine and in Gaza. The point is that the unmanned systems are used as disruptive technologies in the battlefield. This is perhaps the first time in where we saw so much impact of this type of platforms in a conflict. The market, we saw that the market is growing. In reality, we came back to the market share that unmanned had before the COVID pandemic. The latest study of Polytechnic of Milano said that the professional market in Italy reached 118 million in 2022, so with a growth of 20% respect to last year. And in Italy, there are 706 companies in the sector. 81% are operators, 8% are platform producers, and the remaining are distributors, software producers, and so on. In our CTNA roadmap, we, between the others, map which are the competencies in the different districts that are inside our association. How we map it? We map it according to the number of technological projects that are funded at the regional, national, European level with industry or research institutes that are in that region. As you can see, with the blue very strong are those regions where the capabilities and the technology are mostly developed, and Puglia for sure is one of those. Coming back to the technologies, which are the trends that we discuss inside the Italian cluster? First of all, the miniaturization of components of the sensor, the processor, the battery is for sure an element of competitiveness for the sector. The improved battery is really one of the game changer, because we need to have even more longer endurance for drones in, let me say, environmental way, not to impact too much the environment. Advanced material are another technology that we are studying. In particular, the carbon fiber are one of the technology highlighted in our roadmap. The sensors are of different typologies, from camera to thermal imaging, multispectral sensor, and so on, according, as I said before, to the different sector where we use drone. For example, multispectral are used in agriculture quite often. The digital technology are even more present in all the application because the possibility to elaborate a large amount of data in real time with high capacity of processing is another element that help to develop new services and create competitiveness for many industries, and in particular, many startups are now working on this specific service sector. Connectivity is another element that become more and more important. In particular, we have to look to high-rate data link, but also all the communication that could be done on ground, 5G, 6G communication. Sense and avoid is a capability that is needed in order to have safer operation, both in civilian and military environment. The autonomous fly is one of the capacity that is studied, and it's very important for the future application. Swarming technologies, manned and manned teaming is something that we listened before in EDA presentation. And it's even more important to the number of drones and manned systems that now are produced to have a system that is environmental sustainable. And last, but it's one of the main necessity for the sector, is to have some rules in order to fly in a urban environment and also outside the urban environment in a safer mode and compliance with all the national European rules. Which are the major initiatives in Italy? This is only a subset of all. ENAC is committed on a national strategic plan 2021-2030. Industry, there is, for example, an agreement between ENAC and Leonardo to have the implementation of this plan. There are many regions, cities, territories that are working together with ENAC in order to develop ecosystem to deploy unmanned in their territories. The infrastructure, we speak a lot on infrastructure, but it's for sure is a fundamental element in this picture. And also the large event. In large event, now in Italy, a protocol was signed between the Winter Games of Milano Cortina 2026, and also are at the same level important for this type of event to have a system counter-drone for security reasons. So we have both drone and counter-drone that are having more and more important in security and defense application. Which are the opportunities if we look at national and the European level? For sure, in the civilian environment, Horizon Europe is the major program at the European level where we could develop in collaborative way programs, projects on drones. 3 are the most important cluster inside the program: the climate, energy and mobility, the digital industry and space, and the civil security for society. In each of them, different aspects are focused on. There is SSR, all the insertion of a managed system in the high space is something that, as I said also before, it's important to have an increase of the market on drone to have the rules that allow the drone to fly. The European Defence Fund. In the European Defence Fund, a couple of years ago was launched a project that is the EuroMALE, so the middle altitude unmanned system for defense application, but also this year and next year other calls on unmanned system will be launched. And lastly, is the new generation EU, what we call in Italy Piano Nazionale di Ripresa e Resilienza, in which one of the national center, the centri nazionali, is on mobility, and the spoke one of this center that is called MOST focus the activities on drones. So in conclusion, the unmanned system development opened the door to a huge number of technologies that could be developed and a huge number of services that could be developed thanks to the data and information that those drones through the sensor can produce. This implies a market share both at hardware, software, and services that can improve the competitiveness of the Italian industries. Thank you.
Thanks to the President Cinzia Cristina Leone. And now we begin the second session about innovative aerial service for the smart city. We have a focus about the demonstration with Mario Erario, R&D engineer of DTR, and now the first demo, survives after road incident. Mario.
Hello everyone. So we will start today with today's live demonstrations that will be carried out outside. So first of all, I call to the stage Alberto Mennella from TopView and Luigi Bruculeri from D-Flight. They will be my wingmen during this comment of this live demonstration. So the demo is about surveys after a road accident. So basically, there will be a simulated road accident, and we will use a drone to survey the situation and gather data. Of course, this is not just a simple flight of monitoring flight, but this entails an entire service and also many benefits that can have. So I asked to Alberto, first of all, to start with the description of the demo. I asked to the production if we can see some live pictures of the Vertipad. So please, Alberto.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mario. So I will try to describe briefly this mission. So this mission is about a particular service that has been discussed with the local police, the local authorities, and it regards the freezing, let's say, of an accident scene, so a car accident scene. The need here is to have a sort of freezed situation where afterwards the police can make any analysis regarding potential regarding the cause of the accident, and so the need is to have a tool that can where they can take measurement, distance measurement for forensic analysis. And in this case, yesterday we mentioned this service, this project CertiFlight that we coordinate as TopView. And in this project, we want to propose this new innovative service for legal recording services for U-Space. But in this case, this is more a mission-oriented service. So with as you can see, the drone has always this box that has a GNSS or SNMA receiver inside that will guarantee that data will be genuine at the very origin. So the concept of the mission is that the police call a US operator. The operator comes on the scene of the accident. The operator will perform the flight, taking picture as a normal aerophotogrammetry mission. After placing some control points on the ground, these control points can be surveyed even after the accident, but this is important because in this way the model that will be created, this is going to be a 3D model, will be used for measurement of the relative distances. And the added value service is that this data collected on the drone, linked on the payload, linked on photographs acquired, will be processed in this CertiFlight service platform. The platform will use a mechanism, a blockchain mechanism to store this data in a blockchain node so that data will be unalterable in the future. And this is our proposition as a possible implementation for this kind of services that will provide a legal evidence of facts. Now I think we are almost about ready to start.
Yes, while we are waiting for the takeoff, I would like to connect with the control room so that we can see also what is the situation in the control room, and maybe to ask also to Gennaro Paduanelli from Exprivia if he can describe another platform that supports all the missions that we are doing here in the Vertiport in Bari, Fiera del Levante, and then I will ask after to Luigi some comments about the airspace and the control of the airspace. So Gennaro, can you hear us?
Yes.
So could you describe, the Exprivia platform that allows us to consider, let's say, the drone, the Vertiport, as one of the elements of to control the environment and to understand if the flight is secure, etc.?
Sure. The platform developed by Exprivia is an IoT platform for smart city monitoring, where data from a wide variety of fixed and mobile devices is collected. We then persist and elaborate both in real time and batch modes this data in order to gain statistics and maybe prevent some events. In this case, we are watching the stream video produced by the gimbal mounted on the drone.
Yeah, and the drone is flying right now.
And we can even watch the data that the Policino box mounted on the drone is collecting, and we are making graphics about this kind of data.
Thank you, Gennaro. So in the meantime, I would like to ask to Luigi if he can comment on the D-Flight, how D-Flight is supporting this mission.
Yes, thank you, Mario. Yes, D-Flight and INAV are supporting this operation. As you know that this area is very close to the airport, and so of course there are required coordination activity in order to allow the operation to be performed. So there are some procedures in place in order to allow the operation to obtain. In the same room where Esprivia is showing the 3D volume of the operation. There is a workstation where the colleague Marco is showing D-Flight, and so the D-Flight service is in support to the US operator. The operator have to plan the operation in order to obtain a flight authorization. The flight authorization is can be activated and deactivated according to the usage of the area, and there is the possibility to have the tracking of their own operation and other surrounding ones, UIS or Flight 1, in order to consume a traffic information of the area. This is the concept of U-Space. The flight provide these 4 mandatory services to the US operator. Of course, here we have not deployed or simulated a U-Space airspace, and for the sake of the demo, of course, we are using the 4 services as they are. I don't know if you want to give some more details on the operation now. I can take some other break.
Yes, I think, Alberto, if you give us details on what is happening right now.
Yeah, basically, of course, this is a simulated accident. So we placed 2 cars, and the area has been secured, so people will not access inside the area of the operation. Now the drone is collecting these photographs that are tagged with the GNSS or SNMA signal at the origin. The data flow is that after the drone will finish this operation, these photographs will be uploaded to Certiflight platform, and on the Certiflight platform there will be a processing of these photographs that actually can be seen as, let's say, a sort of seed of the information where the model 3D has been generated, from which the model 3D has been generated. So after the processing, there will be available on the platform a sort of PDF digitally signed where the 3D model is inside that can be navigated, and all the relative measurement among the points of interest for the authorities can be used as a remarkable legal evidence for further analysis.
So since we are, talking about the smart city, this is, of course, a very interesting enabling technology. What do you think, other than this particular case, road accident, could be the application of using authenticated and certified data for GNSS?
Well, for sure, we have many use cases that we identified in this project, and I think that many communities can benefit of this service. For instance, yesterday we have seen a BVLOS flight where, let's say, the use case of potential airspace infringement could be interested. Also, let's say, in support of US pilot, but also general aviation pilots that want to have a sort of evidence of not having even accidentally crossed, let's say, a no-flight zone by mistake. But even other communities, such as we have, for instance, a fisheries use case where it is important for authorities to have a legal evidence, a legal support for vessels that are fishing in illegal areas, and sometimes we discuss with some local authorities of Coast Guard, and they say that when they have cases like that, they don't have, at court, they don't have enough evidence material to prove that. So this is a need of some communities, of both institutional and private markets, and so the use cases are really many. But also, for instance, in case of autonomous drone operation, it is important. This is, let's say, a more complex argument, but it is important to understand when some missions are activated. It is important to enable this mission with more automation, and this mechanism can enable smart contract activation. So smart contracts are the basis for enable multiple drone operation, autonomous operation, and we believe that the blockchain and OSNMA, for two reasons, are very good technology that match with the scope.
I think that's very interesting. So while I suppose the mission is almost done, I would like to ask to Marco Nisi, that is hearing us from the control room, if he can describe us, the second part of the mission. So after the flight, what happens with this data? How we can visualize? How, for example, the Certiflight platform can be used for that?
Okay, thank you for giving me the floor to present this part. I'm just commenting what it has been introduced by Alberto. Indeed, I think you can see in the screen that we are now in the phase that the drone is landing. And after the real-time part, okay, we go on the acquisition phase, and the pilot, with its sound profile, can upload the photo for a further processing. Now, as the process requests sometimes, I would like to show what we identified yesterday, just to provide the 3D model Alberto was introducing. And what is important, because the 3D model, okay, we are not the first to present this stuff. What is important is that all the information provided are, let's say, at some extent tagged using the OSNMA, as it has been presented, but a security chain, which includes the blockchain, so that all the data which are gathered in this secure process are secured. So just giving to the final part, because the platform helps the operator, considering the operator of the drone collecting the picture, and who has to analyze. This is the final result. Now we are presenting in a PDF, which is possible to be navigated. And okay, yeah. Okay, so there is some connection issues. Okay, it is a 3D representation so that an expert, which can be the police, could analyze the scene at a given point. The PDF for sure is not the more convenient way to export, but we use at this stage, we have also other data, but PDF is important when it comes to the final report, which is an annex of the final certified report, which, according to the service which has been introduced by Alberto, provide that from a legal perspective, and this is a long discussion on this point, all the pictures are tagged with OSNMA, the authenticated service by Galileo, plus after this tag, the information entered in a security chain, so that till the report is generated, which can be signed according to the conventional way, and secured by blockchain, you have this information. After that, I'm not an expert to explain how to use it, because I'm not the final user, but as Alberto was explaining, we simulated this accident, putting two cars in a position, and by navigating, I'm trying to put another, I don't know if you are able to see.
Yes, we see the different angle.
Yeah, and this is the point. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Marco.
Yeah, just want to compliment. Of course, this model is pretty heavy, and actually in demo, this is not the best. It's not the best way to navigate the file, as Marco was mentioning. But I just want to add one point, that this tool can be we can provide all the information about the generation of this data, how this data is generated, so that, let's say, the security chain of data is preserved and nothing is corrupted. So this is the technical point where we insist. As from the final user perspective, this data can be used by the authority also as a potential support tool in order to perform their jobs with some innovative instruments and not a typical ruler that you put on the ground for measuring a scene of the accident.
Thank you, Alberto. So just a final comment from Marco Formato that is in the control room. Maybe he can show us how D-Flight supported this mission. Please, Marco, I don't know if you can hear us.
Hi, Marco Formato from D-Flight.
Yes, could you, just give us an overview on the what D-Flight app,
Yes.
allowed us?
We can show in the map, for example, the ATM09 map.
I think during this flight there was, the Policino box, the last version of the Policino box that is visualized on the flight as
yes,
well. Yes,
we use the very same box we used yesterday. So the data, apart from the different receiver from the Policino that we have in production, the data will flow to the flight in the very same way. So on the flight, during the operation, the track was visible. And of course also the drone operation area was enabled and opened this morning, just a few minutes, half an hour before the mission, and is actually valid for 1 hour more. I don't know if Luigi want to say.
It's nice that you UAS operator talk about U-Space services that D-Flight provides. So thank you very much, Alberto, for well describing the services we provide. So I think it's the best message we can give, that UAS operator can consume these services that are useful. Of course, in this context where this is very protected and there are not many UAS concurrent operation having in this, but of course we took beneficial when in the other events we have to organize as well the work of a WAS operator that can be different. In this edition of Drone Beyond we have several demos performed in different days that are strategically deconflicted easily because they are in different days. But imagine to organize in this event all the staff, or even better with a collaborative environment to plan and to find a slot for this activity. So that's the purpose of services like D-Flight, that is for managing a traffic, a complexity in the traffic that of course is harder to be shown directly with the one operation happening today. So that's the purpose. Thank you, Marco, for showing the layer of the awareness and the other information that are, of course, bringing an additional value for the US operator, of course. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much. Let's move on with the conference.
Next panel, monitoring smart cities and environment through UAS. The moderator is Antonio Zilli.
Good morning again, everybody. If you read on the agenda, it is supposed that this panel is moderated by Mr. Uri Borstein, but he is not able to come here. He is from Tel Aviv, and in these days, he is facing difficulties with his family. So I will substitute him in this panel about the impact of monitoring smart cities and environment through UAS. And let me introduce the topics of this panel, and then after that, the panelists themselves that will discuss with me. Let's say that practical and theoretical integration of drones into our daily life, especially under the definition of smart city, is accelerating. And documents are written, studies are made, and conferences like today are taking place all over the world. Still, since the guidelines and the perception of smart cities is dedicated mainly by the public and national sector, in example, national authorities, regulators, and municipalities, but the actual integration is very long and entails multiple objective obstacles led by regulation and analyzing the risk associated with the urban and suburban drone integration. Monitoring smart cities and infrastructure, construction site, port activities, looking for illegal activities, example, waste dumpings, traffic, monitoring the environment for increase of preparedness to emergency and disaster situations are very relevant missions for drones, from obvious relative advantage inherent in this platform and benefits from 5G communication network, IoT, and data management capacity. However, alongside drone operation benefits, some serious questions require clear and reasoned answers before we see drone all over the city. And this panel is composed by very different persons, and I'm excited to learn from them what they are doing to accelerate this change. So let me introduce, first of all, I'm Antonio Zilli, you already know me, but we have a representative of the city of Bari, in particular the director for the actuation of the plan, Mr. Luigi Ranieri, which is connected, remotely connected, because he's involved in another initiative today. Is he connected? He said to me that it is waiting for approval to enter in the room. Not anymore? Okay. Then I have here the president of the Port Network Authority of the Ionian Sea, Port of Taranto, Mr. Sergio Prete. Please come on with us. Mr. Tomer Serok, from Vice President Sales and Marketing of Airways Drones. Marco Buscemi, Program Manager of Dronus. Alberto Mennella, Innovation Manager in TopView. And Alon Abelson, Islander, CEO Islander. Let me just let's try to connect with Mr. Ranieri. So, all of you are very involved in introducing UAS operations into smart city and smart environments like ports. I would like to start from Tom Serok from Airways, and I know you have a relevant role in the introduction and the future commercialization of innovative aerial services into the port of Rotterdam. It's one of the leading areas all over Europe for this kind of initiative. Can you tell us which is the role of Airways in this operation, the role of the Port Authority in this innovative action, and if any other legal entities that are involved in the realization of this preliminary important initiative, and that make all of them make it happen, and which is, I would like to stress this point, which is the need, the business need that drones and all these, let me say, game are going to solve. Please.
You have the slides?
Yeah, you can use your microphone.
No, I mean the slides.
With slide? Just one moment, Tom. Worked perfectly all the days. Sorry for that.
Il dottore.
Thomas Serok.
Thomas.
They just lost the order of the presentations, maybe.
Sorry, a moment. There's a problem.
Yeah. They'll get it.
It's coming. It's coming.
Anyway, but you can introduce yourself, first of all.
Sure. Hello, everyone.
That's okay.
Yeah. My name is Thomas Serok from Airways, VP Sales and Marketing, and I'm basically responsible for the business development outside of Israel. And here's my first slide. Just like Antonio said, we're looking at basically two types of this kind of ecosystem. So we're looking at property owners, such as seaports, which basically they want to run their own airspace. They say, anybody operating an airspace is either us or our client, so there's no reason for us not to be able to manage our own VLL. The other one are smart cities, which I'm not going to go to now. I'm going to talk about the project, as Antonio said, in the Port of Rotterdam. I think the reason for this type of project is quite clear to everybody. I mean, I've been sitting here for a day and a half now, and there was lots of discussions about the benefits property owners and cities will get from it. Maybe you can go to the next slide. So just a few words about the Port of Rotterdam, what was there before, what's happening there now, and what's going to be there in the future. Port of Rotterdam is quite large. It's 40 kilometers on 10. There already, before we started, 20 drone operators, which represent something like 100 or 150 drones, daily activities. There are 9 heliports in and around the port. Some of them belong to the port. Some of them just need to cross to bring different services. For example, the Hospital of Rotterdam sometimes need to send a helicopter to the south of the port. And Port of Rotterdam is a port authority. They have 3,000 commercial organizations working within the port. And the drone operators, 15 of them are commercial, and they're basically serving those organizations. 5 of them are government, so port police, custom, fire department, etc. The goals of the project, as defined by the Port of Rotterdam when they published the RFP, was risk reduction. That's the first one. In my conversation with some of the heliports, for example, there's the big heliport on the west side of the port, they said that in 2020 they had 6 near misses with drones. So we can do this, but we can't. This thing will happen. So it's first of all, there was risk reduction for what exists. And the other reason for this project is really to have more of the services they already do, those 15 operators, those 20 operators. They already do inspection, doing asset monitoring, do search and rescue, security, looking for smuggling, etc. Those operations exist, but before you have a system to manage this ecosystem, it's have to be fully segregated. So the idea was to make this thing fly basically freely around the port, do whatever need to be done in a massive scale, and the only way to do it is, of course, to have a proper ecosystem with the UTM on it. Another service adding, and I'll talk about it in a minute a bit more, is adding service to ships on anchorage, which there's not much service today, but they want to add more service to ships that are basically on anchorage outside of the port, 2 kilometers, 30 kilometers from the shore, etc. The scope, of course, is integration. Lots of integration, as Antonio said, integration to the drone operators, of the drone operators, to the UTM system. Need to get manned aviation information so you can have a full aerial picture, different sensors, GIS, harbor master. You know, the big ships are like moving GIS at the end, so you need to know where they are, not just avoid them. Sometimes you need to land on them, to service them. Allowing safe coexistence of manned and unmanned, of course, and expansion to the anchorage area and to the CTR area and to the city of Rotterdam itself. The next slides, please. Whoops, that's one too much. Okay, thanks. So this is the first project in the world, as far as I know, Not that one, the one before. The first project in the world, as far as I know, that is actually have a full-on ecosystem, and the UTM is doing tactical deconfliction, airspace reconfiguration for manned aviation, everything around one full aerial picture. Of course, lots of integration, so integration to the drone operators. I had a discussion here with one of the operators here, that not all the drones operators are ready for full integration with an API, tactical deconfliction, with reporting their position. So for some operators, we have kind of a before you fly up, so they can close an area, but some of them are already advanced and they want to do BVLOS flights in and around. Integration to the GIS, integration to the harbor master, drone detection systems, radar and sniffers, RF-based. Manned aviation information need to come in as well. So again, full aerial picture. As I mentioned, the web app for operators which are manual operators and very basic. And the port set up the airspace center, which I don't have a photo. This is the training. The photo is the training of the airspace center controllers. Ghost operator. Ghost operator means that some of the covered ops would not be seen by the rest of the commercial operators. So, and of course, prioritization, dynamic airspace reconfiguration to avoid those near misses or, God forbid, accidents with manned aviation. Expansion to the CTR. So we're working with NLR, which you got a representative here, about UTM, NTM integration, so we can actually operate under the CTR of Rotterdam, the Rotterdam Hague Airport. An extension to the anchorage area, so things like remote inspection and also delivery of spare parts, medical documentation, food to the ships, etc. For that, we need information, of course, about the manned aviation operating in the British Channel. And the parties involved, the last question you asked, there's NLR, of course, which is doing lots of work there, LVNL, the local NSP, the Civil Aviation Authority, of course, Municipality of Rotterdam, and quite a few other organizations. And there's also very interesting initiatives in the south of Holland. Hollandite Drone Port is probably the most interesting one, which is a gathering of different organizations, government-related, at the Port of Rotterdam and trying to build more of an excellence center to get this to the next level, basically. So this is in a nutshell.
Thank you very much indeed. This port event or initiative is very challenging, and we have in mind this kind of initiative when we start a collaboration with the port, the authority, Port Network Authority of the Union Seaport of Taranto. So, Mr. Preda, I would like to ask you that we met 3 months ago about in the Port of Taranto, and we proposed you to participate to this event to support some drone service experimentation in the Port Authority. And I guess that only your enthusiastic support made it happen. And today in the afternoon you will see some demonstrations, some operations that we realized last week in the port area of Taranto. A few days ago, Flying Basket experimented offshore delivery service, and it will be this afternoon again. The Port of Rotterdam is paving the way. That's we saw. But do you think that we can work in this with the same pace and in this line? And which is the main need the Port of Taranto has that drones can support in solving? So, please.
Yes, good morning and thanks for the invitation. And the Port of Rotterdam is the main European port. The Port of Taranto is is not as a large port, and we don't have a port in Italy like the Port of Rotterdam, but we have an old relationship, a cooperation with the Port of Rotterdam, because we signed a memorandum in 2012, and then we have a good relationship with the Port Accelerator, Port XL, the accelerator of startup in Rotterdam, and the Port XL is the strategic partner of the first accelerator about the blue economy in Italy, located in Taranto, and started with the cooperation of the National Public Bank, Cassa Depositi e Prestiti. And then we signed a memorandum before with the European Space Agency and then with the Aerospace Technical District of Apulia region. And we start the test of the aerospace technology in the port, and also because we want to follow the example of Rotterdam, of Singapore, also some other big ports as Dubai or Abu Dhabi. And we think that the technology of aerospace is the most important, the most new technology, and it will be very useful for the port. Not only for monitoring environment and infrastructure, but also for logistics. And for this reason, we signed a memorandum and we start in these days with the cooperation. And the port that use an intensive technology like digitalization or aerospace technology are indicated from the maritime doctrine as the port of the 5th generation. We want to be a port of 5th generation. We are not very big, but we want to give our support to the development of this technology. And then we are very happy that we have the airport of Grottaglie very close to the port of Taranto. It's in province of Taranto, so it's possible to develop together other technology for logistic or for monitoring. So we are very happy about this cooperation, and we want to continue that. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think that it is a very effective initiatives that we are moving on. Oh, Mr. Ranieri is connected. Can you hear me?
Sì, grazie.
Oh, welcome. Mr. Ranieri is the director for the actuation of the program of the city of Bari. He works in the cabinet of the mayor. So the municipality of Bari is supporting the experimentations we are realizing in Bari. We realized it in Bari in the last 3 years, and these days you had the opportunity to see many of them. And it is clear, in the collaboration we had with the municipality of Bari, it was clear to us that the environmental and urban monitoring services are the main need of the public administration, and to improve its short and long-term decision-making process. Now, Mr. Ranieri, do you think the system is ready to start serving the needs of Bari? And if not, which aspect need more effort? The maturity of technology, of the solutions, the infrastructure of the urban infrastructure, or the public acceptance? And last possible question is, which is if the economic issue has any impact on providing services to the public administration?
Thank you for this question. Now in Bari, we are involved in many research projects and testing on this topic. Since 3 years ago, we promote a new strategy for Bari that transforms Bari in a marine lab, which hosts all the partnership, public bodies and private bodies, to experiment new technologies in the challenge of the future of the mobility in urban area. And one of the challenges was the challenge of high mobility and was in this challenge, and the data of this experimentation, this test, confirm that the challenge is a holistic challenge, and the approach is a systemic approach. We are measuring the point of view of the technology, we are measuring the point of view of ET. We are not measuring from the point of view of legislation issue and regulation issues. This is the first important topic. We have to work a lot to define all the procedures, all the processes from a managerial and administrative point of view. And this is a challenge of all the public bodies on this topic. Also, the systemic approach, we need a systemic approach to integrate this kind of mobility in the urban system. This is one of our problems now, because we are involved in many tests, point to point. We are involved for the transportation of medical equipment from one point to other point. We are involved in tests in logistics, from move goods from one logistic point to the consumer, but we have not yet approached the problem in a systemic way, the integration with other kind of mobility. Now we are involved in this kind of research. We are involved in a project that is called the Income Project. And the topic of this project is about the community connection system, where all the objects, where all the vehicles that live in and work in a city cooperate together to the solution of this problem. This is an example of our trajectory, strategic trajectory, because we need a new era of testing process, a new era of research project, in which we don't focus only on the technology or the test of technology, but we focus on a systemic approach, holistic approach that involve all the actors and all the objects that are in the future will be operated for the mobility in urban area.
Thank you. Great points. And now we have received the point of view of the municipality. I would like to ask to Mr. Abelson about the barrier you are perceiving in reaching the market of the smart cities, in particular for Bari. We are working on collaborating on the project DroneTech to set up a service for the city of Bari. Which is the expectation about which are the main barriers you expect to face, and how then move toward the holistic approach as Mr. Ranieri asked for?
Yeah, so a little bit about the project that we currently doing with Bari municipality, actually including the police, including DTA, Uniba, also a company called Cytec from Israel that they're responsible to do real-time analytics. I think the idea is to use aerial point of view in order to help what we call environmental enforcement or aerial environmental enforcement. And this is only one step, because also the municipality of Bari talking about the ecosystem and the barriers when you are trying to build full ecosystem and not specific mission. And in this case, I think the main target of our involvement is to build what we call smart cities or aerial smart cities, while the idea is actually or the main barriers that we can find in this area is one of them what we call the scalability of using drones. If we'll take a look at the skies, there are actually, and this is a picture of Bari, and now we are monitoring the area, but the idea in the background is that to do this ecosystem, to take this ecosystem to be scalable, first of all, you need what we call drone fleet management solution. And for that, Island are providing a solution that called the Orion drone fleet management, that helping to manage multi-drones, but also empowering the individual drone by using analytics and using the ability to manage everything remotely. Because at the end, it's not make sense to manage or to fly the drones manually. And the idea and the numbers that we are talking is 1, 10, 100, when one command center will be able to manage 10 drones at the same time. They're doing at least 100 missions. In this case, we will find that we are in a good position comparing to the traditional solutions. And this is what Islander are trying to bring to the market. We are trying to build the layer of what we call the VLL altitude, the very low level altitude, from the aspect of managing multi-drones. But on the other hand, we also understand that another barrier is how we can manage the manned and the unmanned aviation, and this is what you can see in the picture. The idea of manned and unmanned aviation flying at the same level of altitude is something that our Vega UTM taking responsibility to manage these conflicts. And I think also we always discuss about the strategic and tactical deconfliction, but first of all, the ability to do monitoring and tracking, geo-awareness, and also flight authorization. So these two solutions is part of what Islander and the full umbrella that we are providing to the municipality in order to create scalable, smart cities.
Oh, that's great. So I understand that the needs of the public administration, like the port or the city of Bari, are in the pipeline of the industry. I now move to drones. Mr. Buscemi, you have experimented the drone monitoring services in Rome for Natural Park and maybe also somewhere else. And in particular, I'm very interested to understand which is the main challenge among technology solution and solution development, the local infrastructure, the regulation, the use space, the acceptance, and even the economic aspect of the service, because this is one of the points I have in mind, which is the economics behind a US operation. And what are your experience about that? What are you doing to improve your capacity?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. You touched different themes of your question. We did. It's better? Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. We planned a project with a natural park in Rome, but we work all day with monitoring services in other places with other client and operation. You should think that the adoption of drones for monitoring services, it's always a challenge. It will require a continuous research and development of advanced technology, both hardware and software. We had to invest our time in research, in software development, data processing software, sensors, and other kind of hardware development. The success of drones monitoring depend on the access of adequate infrastructure. You should think, for example, to places that not have GPS signal or with German GPS signal. We started and we developed a solution based on ultra-wideband system that help our drones to operate and work in places that doesn't have GPS signal, and it helped us to help us to work just outside, but inside too. We will see in the afternoon during the demo, we will fly in our test area, in our building, in our company, because this kind of solution help us to develop and to fly indoor. You spoke about EU-space and regulation. They are critical and they are critical to ensuring the safe operation. I don't know if this morning I saw Ennio Borgna from HENAC. We worked with him for recently authorization for continuously BVLOS in near Naples. It's really difficult and it's hard to understand all part of regulation about airspace control. It requests an in-depth understanding of regulation and coordination of the space. We started pilot project, for example, with Policino and the flight for understand the process that regulate this kind of operation. Public engagement and public acceptance, are also important theme because we should communicate to the people the importance of drones and the rules that drones can be in our cities. And the safety that our drones can be. For example, with EASA, we obtained inoffensiveness report, the DVR, that certificate that our drone is inoffensivity for people that can be fly in overpopulated area. The final aspect, the financial aspect, it's always a challenge. For example, purchase, maintaining the equipment, updating the team, updating the knowledge, upgrading, the recruiting of qualified people and employers are costs to consider if you work in a drone company. We are actuating different kind of strategy. The first one is to continue to develop an technological system to ensure relevant result. And finally, we are trying to optimize the operation cost to make monitoring services increasingly accessible and economically viable.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Buscemi, even for remembering us that cities are not the open part of the city, but it is also the buildings, so inside the buildings. So Alberto, you are the last one of the first round, and in the supply chain of drone monitoring services, TopView is working both on the aerial operation capacity and on operational data management we saw just in the previous demonstration. Which is the balance of this sector in your value proposition? Which is the technology or sector, operational sector, are you working to develop this market?
Thank you, Antonio. Well, as we have seen also in the demonstration this morning and the demonstration of yesterday, we decided to focus our attention on tracking services. So that's why we started to develop this UTM box Policino some years ago. And yes, in this slide there is a picture of this device. This device is the one that actually has been mounted on several US operators. that has been used by different use space service providers, not only in Italy. And I would like to, first of all, thank all this community because they helped us to improve the solution. Because when you go on, at least when you try to go on scale and not limited on a research project where you have a prototype and more or less that's the end of the project. When you go, when you have to scale up and to, first of all, have to realize a stable solution that works with many drones in the sky, even a relatively simple solution has a lot of challenges. So we had great support for the community because we learned together we had a lot of lessons learned, a lot of very good feedback that helped us to improve this solution that actually is already on the market, and we are still keeping on add additional features. So the example of a Certiflight project that was mentioned this morning is now in R&D phase, taking this technology that will be tailored for that particular solution. If we understand that at the end there will be this market will be captive and the end users will request the solution. Actually, yeah, if you go to the next slide, please. Actually, there is still, let's say, a gap in this market because the solution should be fully integrated in some use space service provider. So this is something that should be offered in a sort of bundle. What we did, and this has been also very good feedback from this community, is to try to detach this service from the service offered by the use space service provider at this stage, because we need a mechanism to exchange data, but this mechanism should be also viable from a market perspective. So who is going to be the final user of this box? For sure, the US pilot or US operator, but we should provide a mechanism that the service that we offer is a closed service, and the US operator or the pilot will be enabled to use this solution also with the different use space service provider. This is our let's say, contribution to this market and the actual solution that we are trying to push, where we integrate the Policino TM box with different use space service provider. Of course, in this slide, you can see an example with DFlight and Sentinel, but we are also integrated the solution with Highlander in Israel. We are trying to integrate the solution also with the system. And our idea is to, first of all, have a sort of confined environment where the pilots knows exactly what is paying for and where is, let's say, the conclusion of our service and when start the service of the US service provider. So this was a feedback that we learned on the ground. So this is one of the message that I would like to give. There is one more slide about the roadmap that we are going to implement. And so actually we are in a pre-production phase. We are a pre-series of 1,000 units that these are small numbers, but considering the environment, we prefer to progress with a stepwise approach and start with small productions in order to keep on collecting feedback and waiting for a moment when the market will be fully ready, and we will hopefully enhance those numbers and add in the future additional services.
Thank you very much. Alberto. Now I have another round. I would like to come back to restart again with the port topic. I ask you all to be a little bit shorter than before to close this panel in lunchtime. Mr. Tomer, it seems that we have several barriers. We discussed many of them, but it seems also that the industry you are representing here, but the other representative also have clear in mind how to cope with this barrier. Do you think that the solution of your company Airways in the Port of Rotterdam is aligned with these barriers, and which is the key development objective of the drone ecosystem established in the Port of Rotterdam?
Thank you. Thank you, Antonio. There's definitely lots of barriers, and just look at the previous slides I show, the amount of integration and bringing so many parties together, and some of them are more ready than the others. That's on its own to coordinate that with manned aviation, with non-participating drone. This whole thing is complex, and we're just scratching the surface. When you go into cities, it's more complex because there's more buildings and you're losing connection, and there's, technology-wise, there's quite a few things to overcome. And again, we were very lucky at the Port of Rotterdam because it was the first. In Israel, Highlander and us, we've done huge pilot in Israel with under our system of 20,000 BVLOS flights. I mean, it's never heard of anywhere else. And when we come to the Port of Rotterdam, we realize, okay, that's going to be, pretty easy. But it wasn't, because when you go to real world and production, this stuff, I mean, with all due respect that we were flying over Tel Aviv, it was still pre-planned. Now it's not pre-planned. Things happening. There's a helicopter. There's somebody broke his leg, somebody in the water. You need to go and do it. So from the operational technical point of view, I think you can all imagine that this thing will take quite a few years to put everything together. Regulation is another thing. So the regulators are facing a real problem. I mean, do we approve those BVLOS flights in mass or not? If we do, there's a risk, but if we're not, so the market is pushing for it. So there's quite a few, especially when we're talking not about now, we're talking about 5 years, and the selection process the Port of Rotterdam did was, they say the only way this thing could be commercialized is not with corridors and segregated areas, is really let them fly freely, but with, let's say, kind of electronic control tower. So you can fly from any point to any point, and the electronic control tower, the automated control tower will make sure they're not going to be in collisions. So of course safety first, but you need volume. If you don't have volume, it's not, the commercial operation will fail. So that's I think the main thing. So capacity management is the main thing that we're aiming for. And again, it's coming from technology, operational, regulation. It's all have to come together. But the end game, it should be capacity. Lots of activities so people can actually make money. Otherwise, what's the point?
Indeed. In the end, there is some value and money for the value. Mr. Preda, the continuous transformation into smart port you are pushing can have a role with respect to the city of Taranto in terms of promoting innovation in high technology, and which is the support you can provide to the system, and which support do you expect from the other public organizations? The Port of Taranto is an intrinsic part of the city, and then also the system. So
yes, and we are involving the city in every project that we have about innovation and sustainability. And the city, the municipality is a part of the accelerator, is a part of the other project, and we can give to the city a big support to win the very difficult transition that the city of Taranto and the Port of Taranto have in this moment, because do you know that we have in Taranto the biggest steel factory in Europe, and we are waiting for a progress of decarbonization, and the city and the port have a common vision of a smart and green port and city. So we are sure that also the aerospace technology, starting to the port, and above all starting to the monitoring about environment, and about the safety of the infrastructure, about the logistic, can help also the city to have a new step about a smart city. And we created together a very good ecosystem for innovation. And we are sure that also with your help, we can continue to have a grow about a smart and green territory in Taranto.
Yeah, we are very happy to contribute to this project in order to make our region and make our territory growth and progress toward better life for our citizens. And I would like to come back to the city of Bari. Mr. Ranieri, are you there?
Yes, yes.
Oh, perfect. As again, the city of Bari, we are trying to mix the point of view of the end user, the public administrations, and the one of the industry. Among the solutions that you have seen with us the last years, experimented in the city of Bari, which of these experimentation do you think is better suited for the city of Bari? Which are the other players of the metropolitan areas more than the municipality that we need to involve in the next future?
Thank you for this question, because I have a dream that we could test a last mile logistics solution. I think that in the future this is the main task for each city, included Bari, because we in Bari we need to renovate and redesign all the logistics systems inside the city, because we have many open questions on traffic, on coordination of freight management inside the city, and I think that the logistic topic is one of the most important topics for each city, inside the city, for the last mile logistics. But it is a futuristic point of view. I think that we need many years to define an industrial and a real application on this topic. In the following years, I think that the solutions that are mature, we obviously could approach, are in the field of medical supply chain, pharmaceutical supply chain, in a point-to-point solution to transport drugs, to transport medical equipment, to resolve problems of emergency and so on. This kind of test was very good, and I think it is the technology and the solution that we are ready to test in a real case in Bari. But my dream is that in the future we could test the logistics system inside Bari.
Yeah, we will do that. We will do that.
Thank you for this optimistic point of view.
Alon, you know, coming from Israel and your experience in very critical situations, but we don't want to enter into the specifics today. But I think that, as also Tomer mentioned, you have a great experience in, thanks to the previous project on US operation, US space management. And my question is this one: what is the relevance of the airspace management in making a US operation in smart city or in smart port?
Yeah, so unfortunately, in this kind of situation, probably you find a lot of opportunities. And in the background, you can see a real example of how, in this kind of situation, the needs of or demand for USSPs to be active 24/7 is very critical. And last week, the Civil Aviation Authority of Israel actually published emergency regulation, and part of it certified Islander to be UTM in Israel by providing full airspace awareness. The numbers are huge. I mean, we can see more than 1,000 flights a day that you need to manage. It's totally different than the trial that we talked before. And the first thing that they are looking for is the ability to create or to do tracking and monitoring. Actually, before any tactical deconfliction, strategical deconfliction, even geo-awareness, the needs to understand who is flying, where is flying, what he is doing is very critical. And I think the collaboration between us and TopView as a remote identification became very critical in this situation. The ability to take device and actually to track and monitoring and detect every object that's flying in real time became very critical to the UTM. So all the practice and all the experimental area become very relevant in the real time, unfortunately, in this period, but it's a very good example how the drone fleet management that you can see here connected with UTM's, USSP's solution, actually providing full airspace awareness. And more than that, last week, to create a full picture, and all the time when we are talking about use spaces, it's actually the cooperative pilots. What are you doing with the non-cooperative? How you are actually detecting them? So last week we integrated with what we call NCTR, non-cooperative target recognition, with more than 700 sensors that actually providing us full picture of the IFF, identification friends of foe, the ability to detect the blue and the red drones that flying at the same time, and getting a full picture, it's become something very critical. And I think it's not only in Israel, it's a situation that we became an opportunity, but I think we can feel it globally, and more countries targeting to establish a USSP UTM for these needs. And we can see how the aviation is changing, and the integration between the manned and unmanned aviation became more and more relevant. So maybe this stage is a very good opportunity to announce that Islander, by the end of 2023, this year, going to establish 2 national UTMs on top of what we are doing in Israel, and hopefully at the beginning of 2024, there will be a 4th country that's going to join and to provide a full UTM, national UTM, real UTM that's working, and all the ecosystem actually changing very dramatically in the last year in this area. By the way, we are going to do after that this panel a live demo, so you can see also with the TopView how it's actually working 2,000 kilometers from here by real behind visual line of sight flight in a live demo.
Yeah, great experience, and I expect and I hope that so you will share at some point your experience with European partners, and mainly Eurocontrol that is working on the same point. And I would like just to underline one point. You mentioned the cooperation with TopView, and I would like just to make all the person aware that this cooperation started with the participation of Drones Beyond 2022. So this is the mission initiative to create connection to support innovative cooperation. This is one case, very effective. So coming back to Dronus and Marco Buscemi, Mr. Buscemi, in order to continue your development and of the solutions and services, which is the support you would like to receive from the smart cities or from the smart other players of your market? Would you like to have requirements? Would you like to have support and experimentation? Would you like to have some pilot opportunities? Which is the most important aspect?
We are happy to told people, as Mr. Prete that told us how is important and how is happy to collaborate with innovative employers. To continue the development of our solution, we believe that it is crucial to obtain the active collaboration with cities. We need to carry out field trials, and we hope to involve the local community to identify areas where we can start to do pilot project experimentation. We are ready to establish strategical partnership with the local authorities and with cities, and in order to develop our system and our services. We are open and we are working with long-term and short-term collaboration with cities, but we want to communicate the importance of drones and that the rules that drones can be in cities.
Great. This is actually the strategy we are pursuing, making operators flying and perceiving the benefit to the end user. Alberto, the same question for you. Which is the support you'd like to receive from smart cities, smart environment for this representative of the market?
Yes, I think that at this stage we need data. So we need data to scale up solution, to test not a few numbers, but on bigger numbers. So we would like to have support, facilitation, let's say, for the trials, also in areas where typically there are difficulties to fly and to operate our system. So that would be beneficial for us to have this kind of support from the municipalities.
Good, thank you. My concluding remark is that it seems that we in Puglia, maybe we are representative of many other regions of Europe, we have smart city or smart environment that are pushing, asking for having services from US aircraft, or these new kind of services are asking for that. From the city of Bari, we listen about logistic main need. From the Port of Taranto, we have about both logistic and monitoring needs, also as a tool for improving the regional ecosystem, regional industrial ecosystem. And we also learned that industry is ready to do that. So I think that we need to look to solve the other barriers, maybe is in funding or regulation that all of you mentioned about that. So thank you for your participation at this panel, to providing us with your very fruitful insight, and happy to see you in the afternoon also for the next demonstration. Thank you, Mr. Ranieri, that are connected.
Thank you, everybody.
The last demo of the session, remote multimission management of Highlander. Mario Erario on the stage.
Thank you very much. So I ask Alon to come to the stage. So Right now, we're going to present a live demo. This is quite an interactive one and interesting because it's remote multi-mission management. We will see some capabilities of your system directly operating in Israel from here. So this is something that, you know, from the point of view of the control of airspace, it's very important. First of all, I would like to ask you, Highlander, what is doing, and then maybe we can go into the demonstration a little bit more.
Sure. And it's part of what we are going to see during the demo. But as you can see, Highlander providing two main solutions. One of them is the Highlander Orion, that actually it's a drone fleet management that helping to empowering the individual platform by ability of software-only solution. We are not drone manufacturer. We are not putting any equipment on the drone. Our big advantage is the ability to integrate with any platform in the market and to do any type of mission, starting from surveillance, security, agriculture, delivery, and it's giving the end customer full freedom to choose any platform that he wants to the specific mission. So you can see case studies, our fire detection, fire services using our system by controlling everything remotely. And this is the idea. The game changer is how we can separate between the manual flight that we can see in 99% to a remote control center that managing not only one drone, but multi-drone at the same time. And again, the idea of one-to-many, this is the target of accelerating the market. The second solution is the Vega UTM. While the drone fleet management, the Orion, responsible to manage the mission, the Vega UTM actually responsible to manage the airspace, to make sure that we are flying safely, manned, unmanned aviation at the same airspace, detecting, tracking, monitoring, and all these capabilities actually providing us to give the end customer the full umbrella of supporting of aerial management of UAVs.
So I think it's interesting, you know, to just talk about, you know, the possible, as you said, end user, of course, public administration, but also maybe private entities. Like, what is your vision in the future to let's say, arrive to a maturity level that would be interesting to see these services going, you know, nominally, let's say?
So Highlander currently focusing on the area of the public safety, police, fire services, EMS, to provide them support, but also municipalities. So currently we are providing our solution to more than 250 cities globally, and the ability to manage a fleet of drones became a game changer for them. We can see the demand growing and more entities that using drones manually ready for the next step. So when they are mature, the technology already there, and we will be able to support it, exactly like the drone tech project that we are doing in Bari. The main barriers are not the technology barriers. It's mainly the regulation, how we can fly by tracking and monitoring. Yesterday, I talked with the top view to understand why there was a delay in the takeoff time, even if you have an OTAM, even if everything ready, why the drone is not taking off? The answer is that actually the airport is not familiar with this kind of operation. So you need to convince them that you are flying safely, because again, I'm an air traffic controller and I understand the needs to keep the airspace safe. 100 years of aviation, and then they can find new platforms that flying at the same airspace, the low-level altitude, changing everything that they learned. It's a big change for them, and we believe that we are not going to do revolution. We need, as an ecosystem, to do evolution, to help them to adopt these technologies, exactly like what's happening in Israel. They need to adopt the technology because they don't have any other way. The ecosystem moving and changing. So I think this is what we are expecting, and this is what we are targeting to see as a company, but also as an ecosystem.
You know, yesterday we were, chatting a little bit, and you were telling me that right now you had, let's say, to scale your services during this unfortunate situation that is in Israel. So I wanted to ask you, like, the experience, let's say, so of course the motives of using these technologies are pretty particular, but I wanted to ask you some numbers on the system that you put up, so to understand how many, for example, drones you were controlling in these days, something like this.
Okay, so as we mentioned in the previous panel, till now under the Indy project that's running in Israel, we actually controlled more than 30,000 flights in something like 2 or 3 years. And then under the current situation, everything changed immediately. The demand become very high, and now we are managing more than 1,000 flights a day, more than 400 registered drones that flying without the military. It's actually the civil that need to fly, and the needs that coming from the Civil Aviation Authority is the ability to track and monitoring them. And I think this is the big step and the technology jumping that we're doing by getting a lot of data. How it's going to work, what is the process to integrate new drone to the system, using devices like TopView, and in short term to get a lot of traction, and based on that to prepare ourselves to the real life. Because managing 1 drone, 2 drones, it's not problematic from the technology side. And this is exactly what you can see. A map in Israel that every time we can find drones that flying in real time and getting information, who is the pilot. It's something that we thought will take 2 years, and it's just showing that the technology is ready. When you need us, we can provide it. Again, I understand the regulation and the process that we are running, but it's part of the changing of the ecosystem that we can feel in the last year.
Thank you, Alan. So I would like to go on with the live demo, so we can maybe show the system live and see which are the capabilities. So maybe you could introduce that and describe a little bit what we are going to see now.
Okay. So while Lily joining us, what we are going to see, just to explain in a high level, is the drone fleet management system controlling from here in live, while drones flying 2,000 kilometers from here. So in a minute you will see the system, you will see how friendly the user interface to take the non-professional pilot. And believe me, Shahar, she's a non-professional pilot, and how we can manage drones that flying and even multi-drones at the same time. The idea is to protect the pilot from everything, making sure that if he is doing mistakes, if there are obstacles, if there are collision between different drones, even if they are coming from different drone manufacturers, the software by algorithm able to change the airspace and the route that they are doing. And try to imagine like a small air traffic controller that's sitting in the system and managing the airspace, while the command center responsible for the mission, responsible to control the drone, to control the payload. Everything that you have on the drone, we can control it remotely. And it's a plug and play. I mean, it's a new drone connected to the system. In this case, you can see 2 drones connected, and we are getting live video. But not only live video, we can control, starting from the gimbal, if they have a thermal camera, if they have a speaker, projector, everything that they have on the drone, we can control it remotely very easily, okay? So we are going to get a live video from the drones that flying. And again, everything controlled from here. So we'll send them to a mission. At the same time, the UTM in the background getting
all the processes and the flight authorization and making sure that everyone know exactly who is flying or who is managing these two drones. And you can see how easily now Lily sending the drone, one of the drones to a mission, is getting the feedback from the UTM that actually checking the area, the airspace for him, and the drone will fly to a mission and will be exactly at the location that she asked to be, and controlling everything. So if you can play a little bit with the gimbal, or let's play with the zoom, for example, you will see how we can manage everything remotely. Okay, very fast, changing the gimbal, the latency is very low, and the idea, it's a plug and play. Okay, we came to here to demonstrate, for example, to the police and said, okay, give us your drones and we will connect them immediately. After 5 minutes, we're able to fly the drones remotely from a command center. Okay, so if, for example, we have Zoom, or if we have different capabilities, we're able to control it. Okay, so let's send the drone to a different mission, for example, PAT mission. So we're just sending the information. By the way, we are working in the background with GIS, the ability to check the terrain to make sure that there are no conflict between the drone and the route that he is doing. This is the mindset, how we can take the non-professional pilot that actually can see a flat map, okay, and not recognize the mountains in the middle, and said, okay, by the way, you have a situation here, we are going to solve it and make sure that the drone is flying based on the terrain changes. The idea is that all the capabilities that you can see here, and more than that, for example, in the drone tech, we actually doing detection and analytics in real time. The drone is flying, detecting the object, or detecting the objects that we have on the ground, and giving a 3D information for environmental enforcement. So everything that you see here, including the analytics, detecting people, cars, counting people, it's not part of the drone, it's part of the system. So any drone, even if it's a Mavic 2 Mini 250 kilograms or a tactical drone, all of them can work together. So just to give you how the municipality using that, for example, to security, they have small drones in the cars, so every location that they are coming, they can use the drones and fly the drones.
Maybe Mario, you would like to try? Okay, yeah. So just before this, I would like to ask you, because you now are suggesting me to try to operate the drone from this laptop. Like, how does it work also with safety issues regarding maybe there's a pilot near there? Are we the only one pilots to operate from remotely? So could you give us some insights on this?
Sure. So as I mentioned, this system all the time connected to, by the way, this is a good example, hope it will going to work, of a non-professional pilot taking first-time control on a drone that's flying remotely. But if we're talking about the airspace, so the UTM is part of it. The UTM managing the airspace to make sure that there are no conflict in the airspace that the drone flying. But more than that, we are talking about a layer of security and safety on the drone. Part of them coming from the drone manufacturers, but we have more capabilities on top of that. And I will give you an example how we are using software only to take the safety to another level. For example, if this drone going to lose a GPS, what is going to happen in regular drone that he will start to drift and he will lose his location. With Highlander, we are using computer vision, so the drone with the software in the background, actually using the camera to stabilize himself and to make sure that he is landing safely. When we need to take off or landing, we have a technology that's called precision landing using computer vision. So we are able to land with very high accuracy of 2 to 5 centimeters, and based on that, to make sure that any obstacles around that actually protected. We have critical landing site on top of the drone capabilities. So if the drone have emergency situation, the software will send him immediately to critical landing site. This is all the layer of the safety and security when you are flying something remotely. Okay, so this is actually the idea in the background, to give another layer, empowering the platform on top of what the drone manufacturer provider.
Okay, so let's say just in 2 minutes, guide me using this platform just to understand for other people how does it work, like what I have to do to control this remotely.
So Shahar will take the lead.
Okay, everyone can hear me. Okay. Hello. Now we are going to take the drone to a tower mission to observation. So we are just opening the create mission. Okay.
Okay.
And
yeah,
now
you do it.
You will press the dispatch. Okay.
Okay. Let's go.
Okay. So I'm choosing the place that I want the drone to be located at, and I'm choosing the altitude. What do you want? 50?
Let's say, 50 meters. Okay.
50 sounds good. And then I'm locating where I want to observe. So I'm locating the eye. Okay.
Okay.
Now the last thing we got to do is to choose the drone. If we are having many drones in the system, so I can choose which one is the one that I want to dispatch. So after choosing the right drone, we can just press the dispatch button. Yeah. A long press for safety. Okay.
Okay. And that's it.
Yeah. And now, it's waiting for the USSP respond.
So in the meantime,
yes.
The drone is talking with the USSP to understand if that space, that portion of the airspace is free and is safely flying.
Exactly, because we assume that in the future it will not be only one drone from one organization that's flying in this space, and the sharing data and the conflict management will come from the UTM. But you can see how easily it actually to decide where I want to look and where I want to locate the drone, and the system managing everything remotely. You don't need to change the gimbal, play with the gimbal, just dragging the eye, and we are calculate everything in the background to make sure that the eye or the camera located exactly on the place that you want to target.
Now maybe I'll try to move the eye just so we'll be able to see what's happening, and you see the heading of the drone is immediately changed to the right location, and also the view of the drone has changed.
Okay. So I think for the final question, maybe give us just, a little bit of an example of the vision that in the future years we would have with technologies like that in 1 minute, just like a final message.
Okay. And I don't know if we'll have time just to show a top view that also connected in Israel, so it can be a good example.
Okay.
So while I'm explaining, Shahar, you can ask them to replace the drones and show in live video how it's look with the drone tag, with the top view, solution. I tell you what is my understanding on the market, and again, my feeling is that we can see a huge change in the market in the last 1 year globally. I mean, till 2021, 2022, drones were actually some kind of gimmick or some kind of idea what we can do with them, how we can do delivery, but now we can find more and more commercialized needs and customers that actually willing to pay to get the advantage of drones that they are providing. And we are trying all the time to make sure where is the right place that the drone really can bring advantage, okay? Not only for a gimmick, not only for a video, how we can find the needs and provide it through drone fleet management or UTM, and we can see the increase in the numbers of cities and public safeties that looking for this kind of solution. What we want to show, because we saw what TopView doing here, and yeah, we met them last year. It was a it was a great opportunity for us to collaborate with them. And from this point, we started to build something together. I think what we actually realized that by sharing information and needs that coming from the field, from us, and sharing with the top view, actually giving back new technology. And we are changing and giving them a lot of feedback from what we are getting, and based on that, we are getting more and more mature product. So in the video, you are going to see, I think it's M300. In this case, it's a Bivlos drone registered in Israel. You can see the parachute. You can see the top view device on top of the drone. And in real time, what is happening right now, that the top view transmitting to the USSP UTM services command center in Israel that working 24/7. So they know exactly who is the pilot. We registered the device on the name of Islander, and in a minute we will take off and see how it's looking the UTM, how the top view transmitting real-time information, including the location, altitude, everything. So we are very excited to say it, not only in Italy, also in Israel we are using, and the demand is there. We are talking that the government looking to buy thousands of units, because this is what's happening in this situation. The only way to use remote identification and monitor. I'm not the one that's paying, okay.
I don't know if Alberto, since we are talking about, the system, top view system, wants to adjust in a minute something.
Thank you, Aaron. And what I've seen here is impressive, really. So congratulations for everything. Yes, I think that this was one of the main outcomes that we had last year, since we met last year in the Drones Beyond event, because we understood that our technology were complementary. As I mentioned in the previous panel, we received a lot of very, very good feedback that helped us to improve the solution and to scale it and to put it in a way that can afford also the flights of thousands of drones per day, as Alan was mentioning. So I'm really excited about this. To see this demo, and I hope that this collaboration will be fruitful more and more in the future.
So, I mean, we're really happy from this side if Drones Beyond as an event, as a important initiative, can help businesses to collaborate and so create also new opportunities for the drone industry. So, thank you very much to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
For closing this morning session, we have some image from the other pavilion, 1906, with the student. Eccole. In the other pavilion, there are the race with the drone, and 400 of students. This is the other pavilion of the Drawing Beyond, and now we have the lunch. We restart at the 3 o'clock. Thank you all. Good afternoon. We'll start now with a demo with the distributed systems, and I call on the stage Mario Erario of the TI.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So we will start the demo session of this afternoon with Dronus. I ask Marco Buscemi to come here to the stage. So the demo we are going to discuss is controls with distributed systems.
Just a second.
Yes? Okay. Okay. So I think we'll start in just a minute. Some technical difficulties.
Perfect.
Okay, so Marco, welcome to the stage. So let's start with introducing Dronus and the demo you are going to show us today. Yeah, it's working.
Okay. Okay. I hope that Riccardo, we can hear us. That is the person that will follow us during this demo.
Okay.
It's one part of our software team that follow us in this.
So firstly,
experience.
I would like to ask you to present briefly the solution you are developing. That is something like a drone in a box. I don't know, maybe you can define that a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Please go on.
Okay. Our solution is composed by this drone box that is composed to the nest. That is the docking station. And the drone. Our docking station is the point of communication to our ground control station that we will see in this demo. It's called Dronus Planner. And the drone, and which one? And that help our system to communicate with the drone and download in real time and in a second time after the mission the download of data.
So it's something like, I don't know, maybe we have no picture right now, but just to describe physically, it's something like city light, so city light pole that has like a drone in it, and then when you have to start a mission, the drone goes out and go to do the flight, right?
Exactly. The design was studied to be in the minimum part visible for Vandali Star Act.
Okay.
And this is the way that you say like light, no, city light, because it would be a design that can be used in a building or in which place in the city you want.
Okay, so let's try to talk about the use cases and something maybe you already experimented in real life, some examples of use of this kind of solution.
Okay, we use this kind of solution for monitoring or city monitoring. How I said this morning, it can be used.
Okay.
It can be used for monitoring outside and inside too, because we have a system that is based in ultra-wide band solution that permit us to operate in outdoor, but in indoor too. How we can see, this is our test area in our building, in our company, and it's a demo indoor. And now we will see the demo in this room that is not much. I don't know how do you say, but it's a little.
It's pretty small.
Yes, exactly. Okay. It's little.
Do you think we can start with the demo so we can show the mission, and then it will be maybe more clear?
I should add Riccardo. Give me just a second. I don't know why it doesn't connect. Riccardo, you can hear?
So let's see if they can start the demo.
Yeah. Okay. Riccardo, I don't know.
Can you use the chat maybe?
Yeah, exactly. And the use it can be used for monitoring, but just for surveillance, safety, and for prevision of environment disaster, for example. But we have other kind of drones. For example, the K15. The K500 that we can use for other kind of use.
Okay.
For example, warehouse, or in base of technology that we customize our drones. In base of technology that we use, the drones can be used for different usage.
Okay, so let's try to solve the problem. In the meantime, maybe we can go on with the discussion in the meantime.
Give me just a second, so sorry.
Il bello della diretta.
Exactly. Just sorry, I was bored. Riccardo is here, but
if you want, we can do this. Maybe we go on with the next demo, and so thereafter, when you solve the issue, we can we go back with the
maybe it's
demo.
better.
Okay.
So
okay.
sorry for this.
Don't worry. So I asked to come to the stage to Antonello Cedrone and to Danilo Leanza and to Gennaro Paduanelli from Exprivia. So now we will present demo remote surveillance with systematic and targeted collaborative actions. This was a demo that DTA with collaboration of Telespazio and Exprivia realized last week, I suppose. So we made a mission inside the port of Bari. And so I asked Antonello to give us an introduction on that, and then we can show the video clip.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, all. So I'm going to introduce to you what we realized last week with DTA colleagues. So let's start with use case. So the use case is about the law enforcement and security use case, but it's also a use case that makes drone cooperating each other. This means that we considered two different drones, one Mavlink custom drone and another one, it was a DJI commercial drone. The first drone was equipped with a thermal camera and optical camera in order to detect people inside an unauthorized people site, for example. The goal of this mission is to detect some dangerous behavior, and the video streaming that was acquired by this video was redirected to a platform. Our platform, it is called T-Drones, in order to georeference this problem and to provide this information to a second drone that could be equipped with a more performant camera. For this case, we used the Mavic 2 DJI drone that can perform on another flight. So which were the technology that we set up for this use case? So, of course, the drones that I explained, so two different drones, but also the DCOM box, that was the COM box that is installed in a Mavlink drone. It is done by Telespazio. It provides you different services as the resilient connectivity, but with the Iridium satellite connection and LTE. And also the digital platform. It's very important because you can manage different flights at the same time without any needs of two different pilots.
Okay, so maybe we can go with the video clip so we can show the mission and then we describe what happened. So we can see here a drone from DTA that was used to perform the mission. Maybe Danilo can tell us a little bit about the perspective of the drone operator using this kind of technologies.
Yes, thanks. So as DTA, we provided our drones and we got on board the box developed by Telespazio, and we routed the telemetry to Telespazio for a full control of the drone by remote through the T-Drones platform that is a fleet management platform, correct?
Right.
So apart from the technological aspect, what we are focusing on the solution that will enable a lot of use cases for the municipality, for the ports. So it's very important the focus on solution and obviously on the platform. Antonello is going to explain probably.
Yes.
Yes, please go on.
Yes, basically what you say, Danilo, is what we see now on video. No? So for our perspective, it's very important to define what to do. So by the means of this platform, it's a platform that is web-based. So basically we can control by this technology all the drones via internet and satellite connection for the last miles, let's say. And it's important to define the target. So you see the boundaries of the mission. This is what we call mission. So the boundary of our job, but also time constraint, when you have to do something. At a certain point, of course, you have to do flight planning. Of course, people use our DJI COTS or Mission Planner if they use Mavlink drones or other tools. We provide a default planning tools, as in this case for manual planning, or how we can see in the next figure, grid planning for automatic planning, design the boundaries of a mission, and providing you an automatic flight plan that you can change. An example, modifying parameter as the GST that can influence the 8. Of course, if you don't want to use it, this basic planning feature, you can import additional flight plan that at the moment we import Litchi flight plan or mission planner, flight planner for the two most important categories of drones, DJI and Mavli. Yes, in this case, we see how we can change the SD, and the 8, of course, change as well. Another important thing that we have realized in the last months in T-drones is the possibility to set an automatic action just in case the drone goes outside the buffer. In example, we provide basic feature as the return to home or the land feature. This means that we want to evolve in the future in a vision that allows the drone to perform something in an autonomous way. So this is the flight plan that we used for patrolling for the first drone mission. And now we switch on in the second phase, using.
Now we were talking about the technology that was enabling this kind of mission. I wanted to go back to the mission itself and then to describe the kind of service that we simulated, that we experimented here. And the first question is to Gennaro, because during this mission that was basically the systematic control of the portual area, also Exprivia had a role of having the let's say putting a platform to make possible this and also to connect the control of the drone flight with other elements inside the port area. So maybe you can describe this.
Exprivia developed an IoT platform for monitoring smart cities, and in this case, as we can see, we have the plan that T-drones made with their tool, visualized on the map. And during all the flight on the portual area, we monitored how the drone was going, how the mission was going, and we then visualized all the data that even a sensor, a nose sensor made by Bifrost, was acquiring data of the pollutant present in the air. So that we could then persist this data on our databases in order to then make some statistics and data visualization on the map.
Actually, since we are talking about also Bifrost, I would like to ask Fabio Cerino to join us to the panel, since we are here, so this video is starting. Just another question to Antonello regarding the previous video. So we talked about T-drones, but there was on the drone also a box installed on it that was made by Telespazio. Maybe you could give us more details on that.
Yes, this box is very important because allows you to have, as I said before, a resilient communication. No? So, okay, you have LTE. Basically, we use a loft LTE connectivity because we have it in many places, but there are places where you don't have this kind of connectivity. Thanks to this box, you can switch automatically on a satellite connection, and you can retrieve the things which is most important at all, which is telemetry. So in your platform, you get in any time this information, but you can also add additional values. As an example, the integrity functions by the means of navigation gateway, so we can connect to the EGNOS network, and to retrieve also the more accuracy on the position of the drone. So the box is one solution that that allows T-drones to communicate with drones remotely.
Okay, Danilo, we are seeing right now the second mission that was realized inside the port of Bari. Maybe you can describe it and highlight also the fact that the first one was a possible systematic inspection of the port area, but the other one had a different use case regarding environmental protection. And then we go with Fabio to describe that.
Yeah, sure. The first kind of experimentation it's very important because Focusing on the solution, we are able to satisfy a lot of requirements coming from the end user, such as the municipality, the port authorities, since from my point of view, we need to focus on the solution, because are the solution that drive the industry. So, having this.
Can we go with the second video from the production, please, again, so we can see that and comment the picture?
Yeah. So apart from the payload that can, in this case, is a box, and in the other case is just a sensor, we are able to perform a lot of use cases just for systematic action, for systematic scenarios, having the control by remote, from T-drones or something else, but mainly by T-drones. So we just need to capture the requirements from the end user and try to implement the necessity. So in the second case, we just started with the first experimentation, getting on board a sensor for the pollution detection, let me say. Here, differently from T-drones that we pass the telemetry and so on, we just got on board this box. It's a standalone payload, so we just printed in 3D the support, but this is another word. So, and the most important thing is that we probably is one of the first kind of use cases of this for that. So we started, and we need to work on that just to capture the best solution for pollution detection. But this is it's a matter of
please, Fabio.
Of the first. So Fabio,
yes,
please.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, all. It's a very pleasure to stay here, because really it's the first time that we made a first air pollution monitoring with a drone. For us, Bfreeze is a company that is involved in a air quality management system in indoor places, but in the Calliope project, in the House of the Emerging Technologies of the Municipality of Taranto, we are exploring a new way to capture information regarding air pollution in cities, because we think that our cities could become not only smart but health cities. Is a new paradigm to live better in the place where we live the most time of our life. And for this experiment, we try to capture for the first time some pollutants in the air, just like PM particulate matter 10, particulate matter 2.5, and particulate matter 1, and to verify in different altitude the concentration of these pollutants using drones. And yes, it's the first step. The journey is very, very long because we have to verify the quality of this information that we captured with the drone, but we are confident, very confident, that this is a new way to improve the way to monitoring our cities in a better way. It's important this because air quality monitoring is made in this moment by a really low number of detectors in the cities. And we know which is the air quality in one point of, I think, for 20 square kilometers. But we don't know really what happens outdoor this building. Our mission is to create a new way to get information really near us, near the people, to give information regarding not only the air quality, but also regarding the risks that they are passing, breathing some pollutants. In Calliope project, we have a particular application of our technologies that correlate information that we will capture with a wearable device, monitoring also the physiological parameters of 50 policemen that will be, aware with a lot of sensors that could give us the correlation, the short-term correlation between air pollution and the short-term effect on the health.
So, like, the question now is what the using a drone for environmental monitoring allows us to do with respect to, for example, ground monitoring or something different?
Yeah. Yes, normally we base all the elaboration with information that are at the ground level, 2-3 meters of altitude, not more. The idea to use the drone is to verify the effect in urban environment regarding how the concentration could increase or not decrease regarding the altitude. In the city there are the canyon effect, and the canyon effect is very important in the urban environment, because at the 10th floor we could have an air quality different regarding the ground level. So if you plan a mission with a drone at different ground level, you could have a 3D digital twin of the urban spaces of the air quality that we breathe every day. So this is very important to explore also the effect that the air quality have to people, and the exposition that people has, and the risks that they pass when they are exposed to that air pollution.
Yeah. And this sensor, as well as the data gathered from the drone of the Telespazio mission, were also put inside the Xprivia platform. So in this case, it's very, I think, interesting and useful to understand how, for example, during time, the environmental data gathered can be processed and utilized.
Yes, with our platform, we were able to collect data and then visualize graphically how during time the values were changing. And we had also set up a pipeline where when some of the pollutants were going over some levels that national authorities set up for us, we then created at real time at the exact position in which that measurement was made, a placeholder in which we told how and what pollutant was over the normalized level. Then, at the end of the mission, we can then batch elaborate the data in order to visualize them on the map, making what is an heat map, even a 3D heat map, if we get data from several levels of altitude, so that we can then visualize how the air is polluted or not in a more correct way.
So basically environmental protection and also the systematic surveillance. So many use cases, connected with the theme of the smart city. So thank you very much to all the people here on the stage. Thank you. I think we can go now back to Dronus demo, if it works. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, now we are.
So we have a second try with this. Let's see if it works. So can you see the screen? Okay.
Okay.
Please go on with the demo.
Okay.
Please go on with the demo.
Okay. Here we are. Our drone spanner. That is the ground control station. How we can manage the mission, the waypoint, and how permit us to load the data of drones and data of environment that drone can detect.
So right now we are watching at the flight planner from the your system that is carrying on with the mission.
Exactly. Now, Ricardo, we can start the demo, the flight. Ricardo, if you heard us start, now it will start the releasing. And Ricardo, I don't know why. And Ricardo confirm the releasing, and how you can see the mission will start, and the drone is releasing from the docking.
Let's see.
Now the drone start his mission. I don't know.
No, I think it's mine. Let's try this. Maybe it was the microphone on the smartphone. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Then the drone start his mission and go around. In this case, it's indoor.
Okay, we can see that.
Yeah, exactly. This is the drone inside our areas that started his monitoring, and in our drone planner you can see now the connection is not good because I'm in hotspot, but now you can see in real time the detection and of the camera in real time, but you can also download in a second time after the mission. When the mission is closing, is done, you can download the video and see the video in a second time.
So basically, if I try to understand, the form factor, of course, is one of the most interesting parts, because you have like something like a city pole light that releases a drone, and then you can use that for different use cases. So what is the service model, the idea of some types of use cases that could be interesting for this kind of solutions?
We have different kind of solution that I was saying you can use for monitoring or for example, prevention of disaster, but we use it as co-working of drones, because for example in near Naples we had the furniture of 9 system that co-working that can work together, and the client can download the data of the system and can see in real time the parameter of the system and the drones too.
Okay, so I suppose that your future vision is something like having a large number of this kind of platform distributed all around a city, for example, to do monitoring services, to do other kind of stuff, maybe gathering data and some kind of things. Maybe you can give us your thoughts, the thoughts of Jonas, of the new future vision of this kind of solution.
Exactly. If you think about smart cities, you should think in co-working of drones and solutions that can work together. Drones, but other kind of solution. Just how I said this morning, for example, this kind of drones, we obtained inoffensiveness report, DVR, that certificate that our drones can be fly over populated area with the minimum level of offensivity. This permits us to co-live with people and with cities.
Okay. So, Marco, thank you very much. We managed to demonstrate, I think, everything. I don't know if there is something else that you want to show us.
It's okay.
Other guys. Okay, so let's go with the next demonstration made by Sirti. So I call to the stage Riccardo Invernici and Danilo Dello Buono. Hello Riccardo, hello Danilo.
Good afternoon.
So I think in the meantime I ask the production to go with the slides and then this is the remote control. So first of all, maybe you can describe us a little bit about Sirti, a little bit about Akka, and also tell us what a telco infrastructure enterprise and the software enterprise are using drones in their processes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Riccardo. My company is Sirti. And together with my colleague Danilo and his company Akka, we are here to explain it briefly our operational experience about using drones to support the development of smart cities. And here, some words about my company. More than 100 years of experience as a protagonist in telecommunication here in Italy. We deliver and we make maintenance field and mobile networks. I underline for this specific context, the mobile networks. We have commitment with all the mobile operator here in Italy. It means TIM, Telecom Italia Mobile, Vodafone, Wind Tre, Iliad, and the tower operator, Inwit and Cellnex. We still remain the point of reference in building networks, telecommunication networks, because, for example, in the related project on next generation EU PNRR here in Italy, we are the most relevant supplier of both fixed fiber optics and mobile, new tower, new antennas, new BTS, acronym from Base Transceiver Station, in Italia, SRB, Stazioni Radio Base. We have two of them on the rooftop of this building. When you go out, you can see the tower, the telecommunication tower. So you can see my colleague in the picture. In this context,
our job is very dangerous. We have often to go, we climb up to the tower at the antennas 8 often, okay? Now some word about Akka from Danilo.
Yeah, you can use this.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Danilo Dello Buono. I am an architect and I work for Akka Software. Just on this one, please. Okay. What you see are some images of our headquarters, Zero Building Energy, located in the Irpinian Mountains. Akka Software is the Italian market leader for AEC software and has produced more than 100 software since 1989. Over time has achieved various records, including the one to having been produced the first common data environment certified by Building Smart International. Nowadays, Akka Software is also the company with the largest amount of Open Beam certified solution in the whole world. Thank you. I leave the floor to Riccardo for...
Yeah, I think we can go with, understanding how Sirti is using drone in their processes, maybe.
Okay. 5 words about the 5th generation mobile network, the 5G network, mobile network. This is the real enabling technology for smart cities. 5G, in addition of 4G, is not only high speed. We have 2 news. We have a very low network latency time, is the time of answer of the network. And this is so relevant for real-time services of smart cities, such an example for car, driverless car, aerial system, unmanned UAS systems. You can see the importance of latency time for the safety of the system. If the network don't answer, is dangerous. And the second news, in addition of 4G network, is the ability to manage millions and millions of devices for IoT, for Internet of Things, domotics, industry, and so on. So for us, for the builder of network, for the network builder, it means a lot of antenna, more and more antennas to project, to measure, to design, to install, to maintain, to manage. And in so many time, we have to go to climb up the tower with humans. My colleagues, a lot of time, for each antenna, must go up to the tower. So, why the drones? Easy. We cannot install antennas for now with drones, but we can carry out some other important tasks before the installation and after the installation for maintenance, for example. Here in my slide, some example. For example, before the installation for the permits, we have to create and supply a digital representation of the neighborhood, 300 meters around the new antenna for the permits, and we have to simulate the electromagnetic field exposure, only power. And for example, after the installation, we have to check continuously the correct antenna's direction. It means tilt and azimuth. And because of we have to continuously change the configuration on the top of the tower, we must have the control, exact control of the asset management on the top of the tower. So, what we are trying to do? In the case of an existing tower, we are trying to build a tridimensional model. Build a tridimensional BIM model. The acronym means Building Information Modeling, as my colleague Danilo will explain to you after. And we hope we help to build the 5G network. It's up to you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll try to describe what the possible workflow we designed together with CIRTI for the building of this information model. We investigate various technologies for the surveying. The final result, in any case, is made up of a point cloud. This point cloud may be produced with area photogrammetry or with LiDAR devices, both from the ground or installed on drones. To achieve the highest level of resolution and precision, the LiDAR technology was the clear choice for surveying the towers. Furthermore, the use of drones enable to have a comprehensive survey of areas that are otherwise inaccessible. I'm thinking about all the upper part of the tower structure, or scenarios where the tower itself is enclosed or fully or partially into inaccessible terrain, such as slopes or fenced areas, for instance. On the other hand, the use of drone must be preceded by an authorization process in the case of reserved airspace. And this authorization, for some reason, in some kind of areas can also be denied, of course. Let's see some images of the survey campaign, starting from the positioning of a registration mark for process the point cloud afterwards. Also, the area photogrammetry drones have been investigated for the surveying of the towers. For the survey of the surrounding areas, we emphasize the use of aerial photogrammetry, like you can see in these pictures. These techniques excel in providing the required level of details to to model a 3D building while preserving the spatial relationship with the BTS tower. Here we can see the drone landing. After being produced, this point cloud can be either processed to obtain data useful for modelization, or either used directly as a support in modeling operation. The processing of the clouds include segmentation to extract single elements, noise removal to clean the point cloud, and fitting of oriented planes in order to check the pointing direction of the antenna, what Ricardo has mentioned before, and so on, much more. And on the other hand, the modeling with direct support of the point cloud includes the importing in B-motoring software of the whole point cloud, and then the extraction of portion of this point cloud at a higher resolution. This high-resolution portion of the clouds opens up the possibility to model directly within the point cloud with the snap-to-point cloud functions. Lastly, information modeling process have been conducted to obtain what is called a BIM model. We can briefly see some phases of this process on a parabolic antenna installed on a tower. We can reconstruct the mesh starting from the point cloud and then extract discrete profiles. Also, very precise measurement can be taken directly from the point cloud. For the modeling of this kind of profiles and deliverables that have then been imported in parametric modeling software to obtain the definitive geometries. For the modeling of the surroundings, as I said, we have the possibility to import the whole point cloud. This is the natural way to obtain a correct spatial reference between the 3D model buildings and the BTS tower. This is a very critical aspect for the electromagnetic fields design purpose. According to the project scopes, afterwards all the beam models and the point clouds were uploaded to collaborative cloud platforms. This enables the possibility to use multiple functions offered by bidimensional, three-dimensional formats using just a simple internet browser. This platform is compliant with BEAM national and international regulation and offers very useful tools for co-working like issue management, user access control, data audit trail and logging and much more. Within this environment, further enhancement can be made to the BEAM models, establishing links to various types of documentation directly to the model, giving us the opportunity to obtain a specific insight within every single element included in the model. In this environment, you can also design static maps in which the link to the BEAM model or the point clouds can be placed, so you can directly navigate to the BEAM model and selecting each single element, you can access all the information stored in it. And also I have access to specific documentation, or you can federate various models. Federation simply means the ability to view different models with different characteristics in a single view, like a three-dimensional representation of the electromagnetic fields together with a physical model. This approach opens up a completely innovative way of navigating the model, like linking the picture of the device to the device itself within the model, or access a specific page of technical documentation during maintenance operations, like the connection under an antenna. Within this environment, it's also possible to navigate 360 pictures, and these images are perfectly coincident with point clouds and BEAM models. So you can, for instance, take direct measurement on this interface. Starting from these methods that includes the surveying technologies, the production of point clouds, and the BEAM methodology, the possible development for the future are countless. We can enhance the utility of this system, for instance, by leveraging API connectors to integrate data models with the company's facility management database. Or another practical idea could be the labeling of all the devices installed with QR code or RFID in order to enable the operators on the towers to access directly with a mobile device to all the specific documentation stored in it. Another possible scenario could be the positioning of all the deliverable in a GIS environment. So to be able to access all the archive with a single access point, and at the same time being able to consult territorial and geographic database, maybe making available online. Let's see a rapid demonstration, just zooming out on a facility placed on our 3D representation of the art. We can access the point cloud. Maybe we can activate the schematic representation of buildings or change the base map on which this model are inserted. We can also in this environment inquire for information on a single element, or at a larger scale we are able to access information stored on geodatabase, making available from a regional environmental agency, for instance. With this, I finished, and I leave the floor to Riccardo for some
few words
final
for the future.
conclusion. Thanks.
Building the future. We trust in the future, we build the future, and so we can imagine other use of drones in our works. For example, electromagnetic fields measurement, more complicated, not only power, interference hunting, radio coverage management among the radio base station, remote training with virtual and augmented reality, and in the future, automatic visual inspection with a drone in every place in which we have a base station. And we need the technology. We need rule to evolve. We are waiting for them to evolve. A critical issue by the moment for us is, for example, the battery life, the weight of the battery, the costs, especially the LiDAR on a drone, to have expensive in this moment, but the main critical issue for us in our context of smart city is red areas. You can see in my example, this is Rome, and we can't fly in the red areas. We can't build the 5G network with drones in the red areas, and we need some specific dedicated category to fly in the red areas. For example, to be able to fly around 5 meters on the existing tower. Well, we are done, we are finished. So we hope we haven't bored too much. Thank you for attention.
So, okay, just a very quick question before finishing with this moment. I just wanted to ask you, how is CERTI, from an enterprise point of view, implementing the use of drones? No, because in the previous demonstration we saw providers of solution, drone operators, but you are, let's say, on a user side perspective. So it would be, just interesting to understand that in just 30 seconds, if you can give us an overview on how you implemented the use of drones inside your processes for example, the life cycle of infrastructure antennas.
This project is a startup project inside my company. I have 12 colleagues that have open A2 category. They are pilot. We are trying to build this model able to manage the tower. This morning I talked with ENAV, a representative ENAV, and he explained me that we can create a self-assessment to propose to ENAV a dedicated specific category to fly in the RAD areas, for example, and maybe we can start to think about this, to propose to ENAC a model for our purpose.
Okay, thank you very much. So this concludes the first session. Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Now we are in the third session. Innovative air mobility. It's a moment of the last keynote speech about innovative air mobility. I call here Giancarlo Ferrara, R&D Work Program Coordinator of Eurocontrol. Prego.
Thank you so much. Nice afternoon to everyone. As I was introduced, I'm here just to give you a snapshot of on the innovative air mobility, on the so-called innovative air mobility. So I prepared just a few slides. I hope, I know that it's late and it's just after lunch, so I hope that you will not fall asleep. But I will try to be short because we are already having some delays accumulated. So in any case, the snapshot is mainly to give you what do we mean by innovation air mobility, also to give you some of the elements that are already going to be addressed by the research and innovation in Europe, and also at the end to see what are the challenges that we have in front of us for the way forward to move to the market uptake. So this will be more or less the content. Next slide, please. I don't know how to move on. Do you know? Ah, okay. Let's see. No, it's not working, I guess. Okay. So just a few words again. Sorry for the too much text, but since most probably someone will get the presentations also as a reference material, I was adding a bit of additional elements. The high-level definition of the innovative air mobility is deriving from the new, let's say, quite new definitions that were provided by European Commission and EASA on the subject. So they were starting from the so-called innovative aerial services that were including some other subclusters in terms of areas of operations, and not focusing on the aerial operations that are the more standard one, let's say. They were then identifying this innovative air mobility that is subdivided in other groups of activity. Of course, the most challenging part is referring to the urban air mobility. So very often you will see that I was, let's say, coupling the innovative air mobility element with urban air mobility, because of course this is the most challenging scenario we have. So what I can say, apart that, to not bother you so much, that the innovative air mobility for sure is referring to some new type of aircraft that were enabled by the new technologies that we were getting on the market, and also by the electrification, the hybrid engines and so on. So this is opening a lot of options for us, and there were some solutions that were proposed. Of course, some of them are quite challenging, some of them are still under development, but there are opportunities that we can catch. Along with that, of course, we have to consider that to have this new type of aircraft integrated into the airspace, we need also to address new operational procedures, let's say, and new techniques, and also to manage the airspace accordingly. So this is more or less the high-level view. What I can say more, of course, it's when we're talking about urban air mobility, but also about innovation air mobility, we are not only referring to cargo operations, but we are also referring to the possibility of moving people, so passengers. And this is opening a new scenario also for the smart mobility, as well as to address some of the issues that we are facing in the urban environment, that, as I said, is the most challenging one. Of course, what is in practice the urban air mobility? So in general terms, from an high-level perspective, we could say that there is nothing new, because at the end, today we have already some helicopter services that are available, of course, are quite expensive, of course, are quite noisy as well, and could not go everywhere. So, but more or less, it's the same type of operations that we are having currently in place, made by helicopters, could be made by the urban air mobility or the innovation air mobility type of aircraft. So, on the other side, what is new is that, as I said, we have a completely different type of engines, completely different technologies that can be used. So again, we are having some potentialities that we could exploit through this type of new and innovative air mobility. The areas of operations of these, the target area operations, of course, are mainly referring to the city center because, as I said, is the most challenging environment, but also to the suburban area and to rural areas as well. But what is, again, something that is constraining a bit is also the access to the airport infrastructure, where we have a close combination and close, let's say, interaction between the manned aviation and unmanned aviation that is opening potentially a Pandora box. In terms of types of operations, as I mentioned, we can have different types of operations as well. So shuttle, cargo, last mile delivery that was mentioned before, air taxi that probably is the most known in terms of, especially on the newspapers, but also emergency services is something that is also well perceived by the, let's say, by the people and by the citizens, so could be easily accepted. But at the end, what we are trying to put in place is a process that is pointing not only to have an accommodation of this type of operations, but to have a complete integration into the current airspace. Of course, as I said, we need to identify and to validate some solutions from a technical perspective, from an operational perspective, but most probably also from a regulatory perspective and from a standardization perspective. Nothing more. I would like to say that we can move forward to not, again, to give you too much information. Just a few words about the expectations. As you know, there are several potential benefits coming up from this type of implementation. Of course, should be a bit more sustainable, hopefully, and also will have less impact on the population since there will be less noise and so on, even pollution. But so far, there are let's say, investment already done on the subject that are pointing to have something implemented in the next 2 or 4 years. Of course, in some cases, it's a bit visionary as a deployment activity, but you know, when you accept a challenge, could be also positive because some pressure could be kept and could be something that will help to get some achievements in short time. For the market forecast, of course, there are several market forecasts that all the times are completely changing over the years. But of course, what we can say is that so far, the forecasts are quite good for this type of technology and services, but is mainly pointing to 2030, 2035 in terms of real market opportunities that could be catched. Again, it's not only for people, as I said, could be also for cargo operations. What is the main target for the initial operations is the most crowded area that is also, by the way, the most complex one, that is the urban environment. Just few elements on these new entrants, what are the requirements they have on their side. So what we can say is that mainly they are generally so far electric vehicles that are proposed and are under development. They have vertical takeoff and landing capabilities. This is generally what is the most relevant solutions that we have on the market. And the altitude of operations is quite close to the general aviation type of operations. You know, it's between ground and 6,000 feet, even less of 6,000 feet, but is insisting on an airspace that could be also already crowded. Depends on the specific class of airspace that we have. There will be, for sure, a need to have new airspace management operations in place and constructs, but we need also to have new operational procedures to interface this new type of operators with the manned aviation. And of course, there are also some, a level of digitalization that is quite high there will be a level of automation as well that could have an impact as well. So all these elements should be taken into consideration. And also we have to consider that it's not something that will happen overnight. There should be a stepwise approach that should be implemented, a roadmap that will first start with some basic services and operations and then move to more integrated operations. Generally, in the domain, we are saying that first we are looking for accommodation. That means, in a certain sense, segregation, and then through corridors and so on, and then we could move to the complete integration. But for that, as I said, there are still solutions that should be defined and blessed by the appropriate authorities. There are also other elements, probably that are not relevant for you, but there are some infrastructural elements that should be considered. Not a minor one, I have to say, in terms of cost, in terms of accommodation also on the ground, in terms of integration, and also in terms of energy availability and so on. That is, seems to be minor, but it's not minor at all, as you can imagine. So it's quite close to the same elements we have for the automotive currently, while we are transitioning from the classical engine to the electricity and to the new type of engines available on the cars as well. What I can say for the for the integration, I said that it's important then to have and to target to have something that is completely integrated. For doing that, we need to have use-based operations, so very low-level type of operations that is mainly managed and is expected to be managed by use-based services, fully integrated with the air traffic management operation. So it should be a sort of seamless environment, as it was in the slide I was showing you previously. So it should be considered, in principle, as a sort of single airspace, but should be properly managed and addressed by the various service providers in a proper way that should be transparent to the users. It's something that is quite challenging, also considering that generally at very low level, where the urban air mobility is expected to fly a lot, we have other operators that have also some priorities, like general aviation, as we said, helicopter service, emergency service, law enforcement agency flights, and so on. So all these aspects are not minor aspects, represent a challenge, as I was saying before. I don't want to say so much more. There are other elements that you can find in the slide. Since we have not so much time, I will skip all the rest, and I will say that in the meantime, we were starting to approach the development of the so-called integrated concept of operations. We were already having several projects. Eurocontrol was generally coordinating this type of project at European level. We were building a first version of the use-based ConOps that was mainly focusing on the small US. Then we were moving to the integration of these new entrants, the urban air mobility aircraft, into the use space, so with respect to the small US. But now it's time also to see how we can integrate, so we are starting to propose something that is looking at the full integration of urban air mobility with respect to the manned aviation as well, so close to the airports and so on. So it is linked with vertiports operation, again, a quite complex exercise. But the main objective is to ensure a proper interface between the current air traffic management operations and the new type of operations that we would like to put in place. And this is the other challenge. Of course, some, let's say, reference structures were already defined in the use-based ConOps that was recently published, by the way. Vadim knows very well because he was involved with us on that. It's a huge document. It's almost 1,000 pages, so it's quite complex to read, most probably, but we are preparing an executive summary. So 20, 25 pages, at least to provide a high-level picture. Next step will be, most probably, this is the CESAR plan, is to prepare a new edition that is called the ConOps Edition 5, that will look at integration with air traffic management. And we are already working on this idea. Let's see what will happen, and if we will get the blessing from the European Commission for that. But anyway, some class of airspace were already defined with respect to the standard airspace structure that we have in place, and is also addressing the current small US operations. Some new operations related to the advanced air mobility was also defined, but again, it's not the place to describe all that, but just to give you a sort of snapshot of what we are proposing for that to solve and to address these issues. So what I can say for the, something was happening, I don't know. Okay, thank you. Yeah, for managing all these, let's say the idea is to have, as you know, we were discussing in the previous days as well, in the previous sessions, we need to develop some use-based services that is a sort of air traffic management system for the, let's say, very low-level operations. And this was already achieved through several CESAR-funded projects in the past in terms of definition. So there is a structure in terms of services that is already available and is also in the CONOPS I was mentioning before. But there are also projects now that are moving from the innovation, from the research, to the deployment. You know that some of the flight trials we are conducting here in Bari are also referring to this UWelcome project. And UWelcome is not anymore a research and innovation project, is in the framework considered as a sort of research and innovation project, but is funded by CINEA, that is the agency of the European Commission that is funding the development of bridge, railways, and so on. So the target is to have high TRL and potentially to have the systems and the services developed by 2026 to be ready to allow and enable small US operations. But in general, then, we have to move and to define the most advanced services that are referring to the U3 and U4, and this is something that will happen in the next pipeline of the research and innovation activities. To say that, so there are several activities that are going on this specific subject. Of course, most of them are pointing, I was trying to prepare for you a survey of what are the most relevant elements. Is first to address the definition and the development of the use-based advanced services. As I said, to see how we can fully integrate the urban air mobility in terms of accommodation and integration into the current airspace, and to have a full use-based and ATM interoperability. These are the objectives that we have so far in terms of challenge for the way forward. And then I'm coming to an end, just to say that there are some solutions that have been already identified. Are not solutions, let's say, are challenges that we have in front of us. I don't want to mention all these because it could be quite boring, but you see, these are the main elements that we need to address to get the picture that I was showing you at the beginning in place. And so this is the elements that are related to the use-based services, and these are the elements that are related to the urban air mobility integration into the airspace. Of course, it's full of challenging elements, as you can see, but again, I don't want to bother you, since I think you will get the presentation, you will have a look, and, but these are the main subject of the next research and innovation activities. Having said that, I would like to say thank you to all of you. I hope I was providing a high-level overview of the subject, and in case you need, you have my coordinates. You can just drop some emails, and I'll try to answer to you as much as I can, okay? Thank you.
Now we have a demo session with the moderator, Michele Giannuzzi, R&I engineer of DTI.
Good evening all. Just passing on table. So thank you for being here. We are going to approach to the end of the day, of these 2 days, let's say. We are really happy to have all you here. So this last part will be accounting for 3 main sections. The first one will be the first demo session. We will show you a demo service in offshore delivery. Offshore delivery, which will performed by Flying Basket as a company, the Port Network Authority of the Ionian Sea, the Port of Taranto. Then we will have a panel in which we are going to discuss much more in deep of what is the aerial transportation and work in general. So we are going to unfold what are meaning the aerial transportation, and this just to connect all these with the inspirational speech made by Giancarlo Ferrara. And that panel, this panel, will be on charge of Professor Otto Manelli, or Professor of Polytechnic of Bari. And then there will be the last of all, which is the last session, the last demo session. It will be performed by Antix company, and we will show you how we can conduct NDT inspection, so contact inspection for very difficult, very complicated inspection, for instance, high voltage tower and whatever. And this will be going to conclude all the days. And so, I'm going to ask to my colleagues, so Flying Basket, Davide, come, and then also Deborah for the Port of Taranto. So, Davide Talmazzini.
Thank you very much, Michele. I'm Davide Talmazzini from the business development team in Flying Basket.
And Deborah Marullo from...
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Deborah Marullo, responsible for EU programs and innovation of the Port Network Authority of the Ionian Sea.
So, we are going to show you the demo flight made by Flying Basket, and together supported by the Authority of the Port of Taranto. I hope... Okay, it is?
Yeah, I don't have the slides, but... Yeah, absolutely.
Tell us about Flying Basket and what will be...
Exactly. So let's start by introducing Flying Basket. For those who don't know us, we are a cargo drone designer, manufacturer, and operator. So over the years, we have been developing the FB3 heavy lift drone. This is a drone able to lift up to 100 kilograms. With this drone, we have been providing a series of services for different industries. To give you some example, we have been working for energy infrastructure, telecom infrastructures, logistics. You might know some projects that we have been doing as experimentations with the Poste Italiane, and also reforestation. Today, what we are going to present you actually is a new environment that we are now approaching, and that is maritime logistics. So what you will see today are the short to island use case and short to ship use case. If we can get to the... Thank you very much. Okay, so as a company, our mission is to make aerial transport available for all industries. So going back to what I was just telling you before, we have been using this drone to provide a series of services related to logistics challenges in hard-to-reach places, and also where it's possible to actually bring a safer approach to operations. As I mentioned, we are designer, manufacturer, operators. We have been operating over the years into 7 different European countries, and we are also an academy for pilots. So when we make available our drone externally, we are also able to provide training for those operators. Here you can see a video introduction of our drone that you can also see in the exposition just right outside. That is the FB3 heavy lift drone, as I was saying, 100 kilogram of maximum payload capability. It is a very flexible, versatile tool for transport different type of cargo. It's battery alimented. We normally target to lower costs for operation, improve safety. Here you can see some of the operation that we have been doing for telecommunication, Italian Post Service, wind turbines, and this is where we have been focusing all over this year.
Perfect. So, for just get back on the slide before, Not this, the other one? Okay, fine. So I'm seeing that you shore to island and you shore to ship. So you were telling to us that in this case you were suggesting us how to reach difficult
Exactly.
territory or areas and whatever. My question is for the port is, how difficult is a port on harbor as planned? So, and why, for instance, these two demonstrations would be helping to you to...
We have signed a memorandum of understanding with DTA this year in order to test and to verify the application of unmanned aerial services within the port. And at the beginning, we expect to verify if there was room for drones in an intermodal transport system, which was the one of the Port of Taranto, and if drones could help us getting seamless processes and services improvement in services in terms of sustainability, efficiency, safety, and security. And in order to achieve this goal, we have involved, of course, considering that the port is a very complicated ecosystem, and in the specific, the one of the Port of Taranto, we have involved the Navy and the Harbour Master Office, as they are competent for safety and security navigation. And in the specific, the Navy is competent, of course, for safety and security for military purposes. And with their, thanks to their help, we have performed this, they have performed this to test from shore to shore, which means from one of the berths of our port to San Pietro Island, which is an island just in front of the port. And the second test, it was performed from shore to vessel, and in the specific from the naval base of the Navy to a vessel.
Perfect. So, for instance, okay, these two are the maritime logistics, so the shore to island delivery and the shore to ship delivery. Which could be the first one, for instance, the first mission is this one, so the shore to island.
Exactly. So this is the first mission that we performed. What you are about to see, it is a BVLOS automatic flight conducted by us as operator in coordination, thanks also to the support of port authorities of the Italian Navy to actually conduct this flight. Starting exactly from shore to island, what we want to demonstrate, obviously, as a starting point for future applications is the possibility of using drone for a faster delivery service to this island for cargo that is not convenient sometimes to be transported with traditional means. That might be because of the cost related to these means, also the environmental impact that they have, or even, let's say, the rapidity in which they can supply certain locations. What we want to propose is a service that can be used by companies when they are working on islands, so they might need equipment, tools, materials, and at the same time, this could be obviously an initiative for institutions. Let's maybe think about emergency situations where there is the need to get very fast, maybe some medical supplies to people. So this specific flight, for example, has been conducted in less than 6 minutes from Punta Rondinella to the San Pietro Island. The flight speed was about 16 meters per second of the drone for this specific operation. The payload has been delivered remotely by the pilot. The drone is equipped with a hook that can be remotely used by the pilot to deliver when on spot. And so what we want basically to have as a mission with this type of application is to help communities that are in hard-to-reach places to benefit from these new technologies and have either by industrial stakeholders or institutional ones to improve the quality in which they can be resupplied.
Okay, perfect. Can I ask you, how was difficult, let's say, to implement the process of the authorization or whatever?
Well, for sure...
It could not be difficult, but just to understand if...
Well, as an operator, we are experienced. We had in 2019 our first authorization to do commercial services. So from that time on, we have been performing a series of operations, like a flight in the city of Turin, in Rome, and many other environments in which we gathered basically the knowledge and built an organization that is able to manage also complex operation when it comes to get the operational authorization. As we know, in this specific case, it was definitely helpful and key to have the support of port authorities together with all the other institutions operating in the area to be able to conduct a safe and effective demonstration.
Perfect, perfect. For the second one, instead, the second mission, we are getting the shore to vessel, in particular the shore to island to navy. And so what is the main consideration here?
So here we did a delivery over a total distance of 5 kilometers. This demonstration was aiming to demonstrate the capability of the drone, of heavy lift drone, to deliver the payload to a ship. In this case, the payload is just a fictitious one, but to demonstrate the capability, we used a block of 25 kilograms, the same as in the other demonstration, to place on a platform floating out of the port the payload itself. So as you can see here, the boat was approaching the area, the drone started the flight. We are still talking about BVLOS automatic mission. And in this case, what we want also to provide is, in a future perspective, the possibility to resupply commercial and private boats. This is an opportunity as well to save costs while receiving components that might be needed for maintenance or supplies that are needed on board. Here, as you can see, we were flying along the port area of Taranto to deliver the payload. The drone has been using for both missions as link configuration, meaning that a steel cable has been used to attach the payload and then remotely deliver it on the spot. As you can see, it has been delivered to the platform. And, well, overall, again, this has been a great opportunity to start testing interactions with all the stakeholders that are in the area, such as port authorities, the Navy. Obviously, as we have been saying also in some other panels of this event, there is still work to be done to have an harmonized environment in which it is possible to operate constantly and safely.
Deborah, on this piloting, could you have some suggestion or some other curiosities?
Yes, I would like to specify that this is a service already provided. Currently, it is provided by boatmen in our port, because the port boatmen provide the delivery service from shore to ship for small parcels. So what we have seen, thanks to Flame Basket and DTA, is the replication of the same service but provided by drones.
So more faster, I can imagine.
Yes.
More
Faster.
flexible for sure.
Yeah, because they have, the test for us have shown that the service maintains high levels of efficiency in terms of execution, timing, but also high level of safety and security, preventing also risks for humans that provide this kind of service.
Sure, of course. Another curiosity, did you find any difference in the process authorization, since before was an island and this second is a vessel? It's just a curiosity.
No, not really. In the process, well, we have been posing to the authorities the whole mission with its concept. We also have to say we found them extremely available to assess the operation, and once all the needed mitigations as well for being sure that this would have been realized in a safe and efficient way. Let's say it has been quite a smooth process, and for that we also want to thank the authorities.
Okay, from these two missions, so from these two services demonstration, what we learn, or what you learn, and for instance, in which roads we need to work more?
So, as we were saying, as we have been saying during the conference, for sure there is some work to make possible to have aerial transport, the manned one that is already available, working together with drones, and at the same time safeguarding the naval operations that are happening in the port. For this, obviously, there will be the need for a whole system that will foresee manual and automatic operations of drone in the area. And from another perspective, we definitely engage also into discussion of what could be some next iterations for the drone to be better adapted to this type of use. We are happy with the efficiency that we already demonstrated, but for sure we now have some more ideas also to progress in our roadmap as a product.
So you are striving more flexibility on your products, on your services itself.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
It. So from this demonstration, we can conclude that, of course, BVLOS is an important session. It's something that will be enabler or the mission in future, the real mission in future. Security and security, sure, a lot of security. The important also is the environment, in this case, the plant, a difficult environment to work on. And then some other important things, for instance, the flexibility on the solution, the product solution, and also the factor that needs, let's say, better procedure, accuracy procedure, and also the idea of corridors that maybe will help the work into a difficult environment like a port or an harbor. So thank you, Davide. Thank you, Deborah. If there is any question or curiosity, I will pick up just one question. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you very much.
I think we are quite on time. We are going to change.
Next
we will see
panel.
Some minute after.
The panel is aerial transport and work, when the future unfolds. The moderator is the Professor Michele Ottimanelli.
Good evening, everyone. thank you for the invitation. And my name is, just a brief introduction, my name is Michele Tomanelli. I'm full professor in transportation systems at the Polytechnic University of Bari. And I am the president of the scientific board of the National Center for Sustainable Mobility. So that I would like to greet you on the behalf of our national center. And I ask to the director I would like just to invite the panelists, sorry. Mr. Rocco Nanavecchia, Andrea Sperotti, Moritz Moroder, Luigi Bruccolieri, Vadim Kramer, and Michele Ruta, please. As far as I know, one panelist is missed. Andrea Sperotti. So, could you please launch my presentation? I just want to introduce the session with the presentation of the National Center for Sustainable Mobility. So, we are just by the way, I can just give some information without the slides. And the National Center for Sustainable Mobility is one of the 5 national centers that the Italian government, the Ministry for the Research and University, has funded within the National Plan for Resilience and Recovery. Our center focused on the sustainable mobility. By the way, I now need some support. So the ministry has funded 5 national centers with 1.6 billion of euro, and our center is received 320. Okay, thank you. So the national center are 5 strategic areas for the country development, and specifically we received an amount on sustainable mobility. Our vision is addressed the sustainable mobility towards green, safe, resilient, accessible, competitive, and collaborative issues. These are some numbers just to show at a glance what we are doing. We have about 700 researchers from universities and research institution, public research institution. The investment in the next years, actually, it will end in August 2025, the project, with 320 million. 58 of them are from private companies that support the project. There is staff that will be and actually has been already recruited. There is 150 million for infrastructures, that is the research itself and research infrastructures. We also are opening some open call devoted to people that it is not included in the project, and there is a call open within the air mobility spoke that is managed from the Polytechnic University of Turin. And we are also going to realize some flagship project in the next few months. This is the consortium that collaborate in this project. We have 25 public research institutions. One is the National Research Council, and the other 24 are universities, and then 24 private companies. That is, actually, we have the main players in the field of mobility, as you can see. And 9 out of 24 university leads the research activities through an hub-and-spoke organization. So we have the hub that coordinates all the activities and the management of the project, strategic lines, and 14 spokes performs the research programs with the objective of realize products and solutions with high technology readiness level. This is the organization of our research center, and as you can see, we have 5 pillars that are devoted to means of transportation. Specifically, the spoke one is devoted to air mobility. In addition, there are the technologies that are transversal to all the vectors we consider. For example, I coordinate the spoke 8 that is focused on the mobility as a service and innovative services. The spoke 1 is the one that is devoted to higher mobility, and as you can see, most of what we have said in this day is also a topic that are focused by the spoke 1. As you can also say, there are 6 universities. The leader is the Polytechnic University of Torino. And then there are some industrial players that are 6 of the 24 we have mentioned before. What are, at glance, the activities the spoke 1 is doing? So at the wide level, so as a spoke demonstrator, they are focusing on hybrid and electric aircraft for regional and general aviation. And the other one is drones for cargo and UAM middle mile delivery, specifically for example, for the short islands transportation. At local level, let's say at work package level, they also are focusing on digital twins aircraft and also some specific services to passenger and freight management. So what are the goals of the wide-level demonstrator? To increase the operational range of drones with high maximum takeoff weight by hybridization of the propulsion systems, demonstrate the possibility of converting a general aviation class aircraft with fully electric propulsion powered by fuel cells, and finally, the conceptual design of an hybrid electric propulsion regional aircraft with 50 seats. So that is just the presentation of our national center, so that we can now start the contribution from the panelists. The first one is Rocco Nanavecchia from Pipistrel Aircraft. So, you, nice to meet you, Rocco.
Nice to meet you.
Rocco holds the position of Novel Technology Fielding Lead at Pipistrel, and Pipistrel is part of Textron e-aviation company that produces small aircraft. Rocco currently is leading the deployment of the Pipistrel hybrid electric VTOL unmanned cargo from the perspective of the regulatory and operation readiness. I don't know if you have the presentation.
I do.
So I kindly ask to, if you want, I can give you, or it's up to you.
I can, if it works, we'll be fine.
Yeah, hopefully. Nanavecchia. Mr. Nanavecchia, okay. PDF?
Sì.
Non cliccare. Poi inizia a parlare di qualcosa.
Sì. Posso iniziare?
Oh, sì.
Okay. Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Otmanelli, for introducing myself. As previously said, I'm Rocco Nanavecchia, hold the position of a technology fielding lead at Pipistrel. Pipistrel is a light aircraft manufacturer. Now it's part of Textron e-aviation. That is one of the 6 business segments of Textron. Throughout the 34 years of history of this company, Pipistrel managed to set itself as a pioneer in the manufacturing and design of electric aircraft and sustainable aviation. This is stated by the certification of the first and currently the only one electric aircraft certified by the European authority with a full type certification. It is true that we design aircraft and manufacture aircraft, but as part of our core business, we basically make innovation. And this slide is a true testament of that. Already in 2007, we started flying an electric, and since then we've been building on the outcomes of what we learned, on the outcomes of the lesson learned of the project we carried out. And this is why throughout the years we tested several new propulsion technologies, going from electric to hydrogen, and that led us to certify our Velis Electro, but also to certify the electric engine that you can see in the slides, E811. Of course, we always want to build on top of the results of previous projects because we want to give continuation to our project. And this is why in 2019 we decided to give our contribution to the enhancement of the innovative air mobility with the design of an hybrid electric cargo VTOL drone called Nuva V300. The goal of Nuva V300 was, of course, to deliver environmentally friendly digital and connected aerial cargo solution worldwide. And when we designed Nuva, we had in mind some specific pillars, of course. The first one was to offer new services, new solutions for the cargo transportation that was embracing the definition of innovative air mobility. This definition has changed a lot throughout the years, but the core message was always the same one. Offer new solutions for the transportation of people and goods using new technologies, new generation technologies. And this is what Nuva is about. It's a new solution using new technologies with the same safety and reliability levels as current means of transportation. What we wanted to do was to offer a solution that would involve even less the intervention, of course, of the remote pilot. This is why we thought of a solution that is completely automatic as a first step, and then moving towards autonomous operation through satellite communication, enabling the so-called concept of one-to-many, so one ground control station operator for multiple aircraft, in order to make this solution scalable and more efficient for what's coming into the future. Of course, the big question is always what is the regulatory framework that is supporting all this. As part of Pipistrel activities, we are highly committed to CESAR-3 joint undertaking in several projects. We are basically involved in 5 of them, and in 4 of them, we are trying to pave the way for the future operation of a solution like NUVA V300 in all kinds of airspaces, spacing from use space area to uncontrolled and controlled airspace. And of course, we are not part of this project just to develop new procedures to unlock new operation, but also to push the industry and engage with the partners to build and develop those technologies that are needed on board the future aircraft to make innovative air mobility a firm reality in the next future. This is all.
Thank you, Rocco. Just a question. What can the future unfold for the US ecosystem from your point of view?
The advantages of drones, the advantages that drones are already bringing and will bring in the next future are already quite clear, all right? The wide application into multiple fields suit and will suit our needs. Spacing from better transportation of goods, of people, but also when it comes to wider and better tailored application for agriculture, medical, wildlife conservation, security, but also emergency purposes, right? So we must think that drones are not only offering an alternative solution to what is possible today, but are offering and will offer new services, as we saw in these 2-day workshops, these 2-day conferences. Of course, when we started drafting the idea of NUVA V300, we knew mobility was evolving, mobility was changing one more time. So we looked again at the definition of innovative air mobility, as I was saying before, and I will remark this, that Europe was looking for new solution for transportation of goods with new generation technologies. And if we think about it, NUVA and drones that are currently on the market or currently under development is exactly what is all this about, right? Using new technologies, more efficient solutions that use new generation technologies. Of course, the goal is to deliver new digital and connected air cargo services, transportation of people, transportation of goods, survey, everything like this. And of course, whoever is manufacturing and designing a new drone or putting a new drone on the market is thinking about this. And if we think everybody is using new generation technologies, is embracing digitalization, but at the same time is trying to reduce the intervention of the remote pilot, because we need more automated system. We need to increase the concept of one-to-many, right? To remark this concept, because we'll make the solution scalable. So I think what the future can unfold for UAS, it's a broad question, right? But I believe that this solution will bring a more efficient, more scalable, and digital solution that will bring so many benefits that will be noted and noticed by the citizens that will embrace this. And in parallel to this, of course, the public acceptance will increase.
Thank you. It's not a good question, it's the question.
It's the question.
I mean, okay. If the organizers agree, since we are late, I propose just a first round of questions. If you haven't, we will have enough time, we then can go further. So the next colleague is Mr. Moritz Moroder from Flying Basket. I will skip the presentation of Flying Basket since we just have the demonstrator. And Moritz is the co-founder and the CIO of Flying Basket. Do you have a presentation or?
No, I didn't want to bother you now with a presentation after we already showed our company, so you should know us.
So, if you like, I have some questions.
Yes, sure. Just maybe to give just a short perspective on our company. So because we also have been talking about different solutions for area mobility, maybe also to just make it clear what we do as a company and what we want to bring to the industry. So our core is really the development and the providing of the product as a solution to our customers. So we want to make aerial transport vehicle. So we want to give aerial transport into the hands of all kinds of businesses. So that's why we are building a platform that is actually very versatile and can be used, as you saw before, in different industries. To really bring a technology and a means of transport, so aerial transport that was only available for basically very few, to the wider businesses, so that it can become basically the van of the skies.
So thank you, Moritz. My question is another point. Since I'm not an air transport engineer, I'm a transportation system engineer. So I would like to know what is already possible today with heavy lift cargo drones.
Mm-hmm. So what we have been able to do together with our customers as of today, I'll bring just a few examples. So in telecom industry, we are actually able to transport antennas up to the weight of 100 kilos, for example, to upgrade existing antenna towers from 3G or 4G communication to 5G communication. So in this case, we are replacing cranes or helicopters or even manual lifting. So we are actually taking weight off the shoulders of the people and making this process smoother and faster with one single machine that is our drone. That can, like obviously just lift vertically, but also, for example, reach antennas that are in hard-to-reach places like mountains or islands. Then energy infrastructure. Energy infrastructure is a big topic, right? So now that we also talk about climate change, we talk about our need to build new power transmission systems. With our drone, we are capable, for example, of doing the cable stringing, even for high power transmission lines. So this means we are able to pull pilot lines for then actually pulling the high voltage power lines also over large distances. So many cases this is either done as of today with the helicopter, which obviously is very expensive, noisy, polluting. In many cases it's though also still done by hand. So again, taking off the hard work from people and really helping people with giving them this technology that also becomes affordable for the smaller businesses that can not afford a helicopter, or can also use basically a drone where the helicopter is not available. Because I mean, here in Europe, we have a lot of helicopters, but it's not everywhere like that. Not in every country of the world there is a helicopter available for doing this kind of work. So there is not even the possibility to use aerial transport in many countries.
Okay, thank you, Morten. The next panelist is Mr. Luigi Bruccolieri, D-Flight. It's from ENAP Group. We already met. Luigi is a Research and Innovation Manager, seconded in D-Flight. He is coordinating D-Flight contribution in national and international research project dealing with U-Space innovation. Please.
Yes, thank you, Professor. I take advantage of this short slot to quickly give you some bit of information more with respect to the previous panel I presented and the demo participation, where in the demo, of course, we had no chance to go in deep on the U-Space services we have in D-Flight, and we are developing and maturing for the provision to US operators. Just to highlight that U-Space is composed of two basic collaborative traffic management pillars. The first part is based on strategical deconfliction. And for this reason, of course, there are two important services to provide, the geo-awareness and the flight authorization mechanism. Geo-awareness to let people know where it's possible to fly or not to fly. I try to take in simple words what U-Space is in brief. And flight authorization is to collect the demand and to be sure that there is a strategical deconfliction of all WAAS traffic generated by the demand. So this is the first pillar of the concept of U-Space that is based on strategically deconflicted in a strategic phase. Then there is the tactical phase, where, of course, we want to have to approach a tactical monitoring of the situation, because we know that we are in a sunny day, but there could be also some unusual or some event, like of course, for doing this, we need to know where UAS operations are. And then there is another important of the four mandatory services of U-Space, that is network electronic identification service, which allows, with the Pollicino, we have seen and we mentioned several times in the demo, so the possibility with a tracker on board of the drone or with other techniques, with Pipistrel and Honeywell in a demonstration of Welcome, we achieved the interoperability by means of exchange of the telemetry data arriving in the ground control station of the drone directly to provide the network identification service, and then to know where the Pipistrel flight UAS was flying. I don't go deeper on this, but the other part of the second pillar of the tactical deconfliction part of U-Space is the traffic information. So collecting all this electronic information of where the localization identity of a flying object or cooperative flight object are, together with the stream of the data coming from the manned aviation, so where helicopter can interact with the U-Space volume. Of course, it's important to depict and to provide to us operator the proximity, the concerned traffic in a synthetic way in order to let him to apply the best solution to maintain the safety, the safety of the operation itself. We mentioned already in this panel Welcome, so Pipistrel is member of Welcome, especially in the Italian cluster under the leadership of INAV. So in this case, of course, again, the focus is U-Space and the possibility to have a demonstration of the market uptake of U-Space U1, U2 services. We have a very huge amount of partner. We try to use Welcome as the way to let emerge and to consolidate all the flying activity planned in Italy, especially for the UAS operators that are mentioned in the, as members of the project, but not only. So there is a possibility to use this project, of course, to have a sandbox for U-Space and to understand and to prepare for the future, let me say, and usage of U-Space. Here is just an overview of the places where we already had operation, and we collect the data, and we will report at the end of the campaign of flight of 2023 in the project. We have the honor to have also the coordinator of the project with us, Giancarlo Ferrara, that is Eurocontrol leading the whole project, Welcome project, because in addition to the Italian cluster, there is also the Spanish and French one. This is just a key of messages. So there is the future is, so this is the start of U-Space. There are a lot of open questions and new research topics to take into consideration, especially to take advantage of this innovative air mobility that is coming with the need to understand how the vertiport stop, emergency point, and all that these sophisticated sophisticated UAS operation may require in terms of interface and link with USpace. So there are some peculiarity to look at. Of course, rules and especially for the innovative air mobility that at beginning will be manned. So manned USpace is not providing service to manned aviation. So we have to understand how to treat this first operation that will be expected to be drone at the end, but at the beginning there will be a pilot on board. So are we completely managed with the VFR rules, or because of their peculiarity we need something in the middle or something special to be used? So, and of course there are strategical deconfliction. Maybe it's too much. It's enough for the time being. But if we see the drawing with a lot of drones flying, maybe try to have a complete strategically deconflict, geotemporal strategical deconfliction from the beginning. It's really hard. Thank you. I have no other.
Thank you. Thank you, Luigi. Just a question. I understand that it is possible to participate to the experimental USpace aerospace campaign, isn't it?
Thank you for this question, because giving me the possibility to launch, of course, as an opportunity. So we know that the Welcome Project wants to build sandbox or places where we want to apply the USpace rule just as a sandbox. We already explained what a sandbox is. We don't need any more to tell. So, of course, we have 6 UAS operator beneficiary, but of course, opportunity traffic is welcome. So you have my contact, or maybe you can ask a friend that know me to be in contact, and we will manage to try to include maybe other operation to you, and also to let you experience USpace service before the publication of the first USpace airspace.
Thank you, Luigi.
You are welcome. You are welcome.
The next panelist is Vadim Kramer. Okay, is VTT Tech Research Center of Finland. Vadim is a senior scientist at the Technical Research Center of Finland, and he plans and manages international and research and development project. Do you have presentations? So please, the stage is yours.
Maybe I can speak that better heard through the microphone. Thank you very much, Shell, for this. Let's see how does it work. Okay, it works somehow. First of all, let me introduce, I have not prepared many slides, rather some points for discussion. And there you see challenges that we discovered in the course of 2 projects. First of those is AirMoor, that is Horizon 2020 funded project to develop urban air mobility. And the project focused on emergency medical services, one of the areas that have a little bit better perception and acceptance by general public. And then the other is DROLO, that is a national project in Finland. The budget is about 10 million euros. And that is the one under which we established pre-commercial use spaces. And we used Astra use space system to supplement our operations. I was very happy to see these demos today and yesterday that were demonstrated in the course of this event. Let me share that we also did a few weeks ago. There was a flight from the controlled airspace near the airport to the island nearby of the city of Oulu. So the drone operated through the air corridor, and the total distance was 35 kilometers, so it landed to the center of municipality on the island and came back. So 25 minutes this all took, so it was absolutely beyond visual line of sight, and a very interesting trial. And the other was also from almost the center of city of Oulu, and again to the same island, was beyond visual line of sight operation. These are very much needed, especially to include those communities that are residing on the islands, a little bit difficult to reach by traditional traffic. But anyways, this is a list of those challenges that we collected. So first of those have already been well discussed during these 2 days, and that's social reaction to drones. And here I would not like to speak of acceptance, because acceptance is something like a slavery. You must accept or not, and then consequences something. But UIC2 network that is led by Vasilis Agoridas, that is cities and communities that develop urban air mobility. So they speak of public embracement. So that's where public is involved in the development of few spaces, and then it is easier to those co-creative processes. They could simplify a little bit communication with public and make it easier a little bit their perception towards urban air mobility and drone operations. Then perception of green, that is one of the methods that has been discussed a lot, and we have different agreements, and the last is Paris Agreement, and there are some features to reduce something by that number. But now we speak of operations in urban area, operations of drones, and basically not many of us count what does that actually mean? What does that mean green? What is the do we have any numeric value to reduce what by what, and how to calculate? For example, life cycle, the entire life cycle is not considered often. When we speak of operations of drones, that's like electric powered means green. Not entirely, because we need to take into consideration the production phase, and then operational phase, but also to storage, how to store equipment, how to provide maintenance, and then those batteries, they also need to be disposed when out of the operation cycle, and that's also very expensive and not very green. So we need to have some good methodology how to define how green is the operation that is needed for public, because we better not to fool people, better to be honest and say that it is green to this extent. So something like that is needed. And understanding of noise was the other problem. Yeah, people said that drones produce noise, but actually some tests showed that not exactly, and depending on what kind of noise. So that is another challenge that we need to work with. Then an awareness of local authorities about use space and urban air mobility. That has been a terrible situation in Europe. Even though the legislative framework or regulatory framework for use space came into the force on 26th of January this year, we still have quite many municipalities and bigger cities that are not aware at all about use space. What is that? Insufficient business demand. That is an interesting one, has been discussed during these 2 days as well. And if you would ask me, my personal opinion, that social reaction and business demand, those are key elements. Whatever excellent technologies we have, if society doesn't want that to happen in their cities, then they don't want, and nothing will work. But then again, if we don't have business demand to establish those use spaces, and that's obviously needed, so use space has to be business driven. It is not so that we decided to have use space just for good, no. And how to achieve it, a good question. Then infancy of the entire air mobility domain, that's essential, and here I don't speak about urban or advanced or innovative air mobility. There are 3 of those notions as we saw during these days, but air mobility. Infancy, why? Well, common information service providers, do we have in our countries? In most, not, or not at all yet in Europe. I don't know, maybe it happened that yesterday someone was awarded, but so far not. Then use space service providers, the same situation. UAS operators, there are, but now because of regulatory demand, they need to provision use space or use space services and etc. So it's very infancy, not all elements are in place. Then ground infrastructure, I think that Giancarlo has excellent overview of those elements about ground infrastructure, and that includes a lot. That includes includes indeed the power and electricity or hydrogen, and how is that on site or provided from a long distance? And do we speak of some centralized hubs, or do we speak of distributed system? And then we again need to think that eVTOL operations, there has to be emergency landing spots, etc., etc. Then underestimating of urban planning processes. That's a very challenging one. In Japan, they are very fast. They started it, by the way, in year 2021 to have by 22. To have by 2025 eVTOL operation for the World Exhibition in Osaka 2025. So 3 operations for it's like a national project, very fast, still 3 years. Think of that. Typically, urban planners, they have their plans for 5 to 8 years ahead. So if you would like to position somewhere a vertiport, don't wait these 5 years, because when you will come to their office, they will say, well, plans are ready, please come in 5 years, then we will put it on our paper and we will think how to design it. And then in 5 years, we will have it. So 10 years from now on. Be aware. And of course, disruptive impact of the politics that has been discovered. So if there is an election in the country and you have a new minister who is not maybe very much aware and support these things, use space, urban air mobility, etc. It happened in several countries in Europe that have a negative impact. So these are the challenges. And next slide. There are some findings, maybe how to approach that. I will try now to go a bit faster. So market-driven operations may prevail, or situation or market-driven. And what is situation? What I already said, emergency medical services. Then maybe search and rescue operations. Those are fine. Those are expected to be faster. But then market-driven, sometimes you indeed save a lot when you do this with drone, not with the traditional transportation means. So then there would be some boost on that. And the next 2 points that were developed on the AirMore project, and if you will check the deliverables, you will see that there is a model for CO2 emissions and dashboard tool. And that model, by the way, says that majority of CO pollution comes from infrastructure to ensure operations of drones. And then noise and visual pollution mapping tool that was also developed under this project. Then unawareness of local authorities about use space and UAM. This is exactly the same phrase, but let's turn disadvantage into the opportunity. So in Italy, what I see, municipalities are well aware of what is happening in the country and what is urban air mobility, etc. In some countries, not at all, but that is maybe opportunity for businesses and to come and get in touch with city authorities and educate them and help to understand and all together develop the vision, how to develop business in their cities. Premium price to cover a negative impact, that's something what we might expect. So the initial operations might be a bit expensive and only affordable by VIP. And those operations, of course, people would be ready to pay premium price to cover the negative impact. Experimenting, co-creating, and embracing, that is something that would help to move it forward. Developing a new concept of the cities of the future. That is something that we have to discuss because our children will have to live in a better world. And if even now we do not, even by some of us, by ourselves, we do not understand all the benefits that air mobility may bring to us, but we need to create the basis for the future, so the better cities of the future where our children will live in that world, where more will fly in the air, less on the asphalt. Because again, we need to remember that all those roads, asphalt and railways, they're very expensive to maintain. And that is also one of the CO2 impact. Approaching the urban planners very well in advance, I already mentioned. Very important point. And we may not avoid some compromises. It is something that is always difficult when you have a so multi-stakeholder environment. Some stakeholder groups may not be entirely happy, and that is, unfortunately, they call it life, c'est la vie. So these are the moments that I wanted to bring to our discussion. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. So, Vadim, just a question about, we understand that the technology, let's say the supply system is quite ready to be launched. What we need is the demand about the services. So how can we facilitate the increase of the demand of innovative technologies?
So there was yet another slide. If we could please put it back. That is something that might help me to answer. So there is a map. If they put it back, there is a map and several vertiports that we planned in the city of Oulu. So for your information, the city of Oulu is 208,000 inhabitants, 350 together with the surroundings. And you might ask, that many vertiports, why for? But every of that point is some kind of it's not a hub, it is a place where a good connection for certain businesses or kind of cargo ways or something else. So all these points, they were figured out by considering the potential business needs or needs of society. For example, there is one from the airport to the new residential area, or to the VTT, where we are establishing the first in Finland vertiport. So that's for VIP customers, yet in the future will be maybe more mass transportation. But we do have traffic jams in the city of Oulu. So someone who is very much in a rush would rather take eVTOL and fly faster. And of course, now it is very expensive, but what we expect that in the future prices will go down and it will be a bit more affordable, maybe a bit more expensive than taxi, but taxi will stuck in the traffic jam and aircraft will not. So this could help. So all these elements that society would benefit, people, first of all, there is one place near the hospital as well, and then businesses would benefit. To deliver something, to bring something, to serve something, that could help a little bit. And the only problem, they are not yet probably aware. For example, the event like now, I see quite many colleagues who are in this domain developing something or doing business or offering, they have service offer or hardware offer, but not many companies here who are potential beneficiaries of this. Besides those that were part of the project, that were invited, like Flying Basket, you already have the port also together with you. So that's excellent, but we need to have more of this. We need to spread this information outside of our knowledge domain and educate businesses that they would be aware that is possible, because they're probably not. So that is maybe one of the ways, but honestly, I don't have the entire answer to this solution. That is something that communities still need to work on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I support your vision, and actually I understand that the demand is made by the users, and maybe we should educate users to this new kind of services, and also to, let's say, explain them. We have to show all the potential of it, and also understand their willingness by some, let's say, survey tools, innovative, VR, and so forth. And this is one of the topic of the DTA project we are collaborating with, the SHAME project. We would like to understand the willingness of the user to use these innovative services. Thank you, thank you. Now it's the turn of Michele Ruta, my friend of mine from university. Michele is a full professor at Polytechnic University of Bari, and is a member of the board of directors of the Apulian Airspace District, and he is the scientific supervisor for the House of Emerging Technology project, also known as Bari Open Innovation Hub. So, Michele, please.
Thank you, grazie. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the scientific supervisor of the project named House of Emerging Technologies, founded by the Italian Ministry of Enterprises and Made in Italy, the former Ministry of Economic Development. It's a project really relevant for the Bari municipality. It's a project with 48 duration months, which has been started in the April 2021 and funded with 6.5 million euros. And this project is devoted to experiment novel technologies, emerging technologies such as blockchain, but also artificial intelligence and technologies, let's say, tied to smart mobility in a framework related to smart cities for making innovation hub here within the Bari municipality and then in the area of the city of Bari. Basically, the project is thought to experiment a novel solution of mobility under the coverage of 5G as a high-throughput network link. And the final goal of the project is to make a smart urban district where the urban municipality of Bari could experiment, could prove novel technologies at an early stage in order to perform an early adoption, an assessment, a general assessment for providing a widespread further adoption for citizens. The final goal of the project is to have basically a living lab. We have 3 different areas. The first one is here in Fiera del Levante, in the neighborhood of this pavilion, in the pavilion 169, where we have the Urban Control Center. And here in Fiera del Levante, we have that have been deployed several sensor hubs, but also smart traffic lights, smart lighting solutions. And here in Fiera del Levante, we have also performed an experiment related to a multimodal mobility by exploiting both aerial mobility performed by drones, along with autonomous vehicles, autonomous smart vehicles such as the Navia shuttle represented here, in order to have a possibility of experimentation of a novel solution for multimodal mobility. We have also 2 other hubs in the Bari municipality, another one in Porta Futuro 2, it is in the center of the city, and another one in Polytechnic of Bari, in our university, where we have the city of experiments, where we have the city of ideas. Here you can find some sketches, some pictures related to the experiments when we have proved the interaction between the Navia Shuttle Evo with the drones in order to have application scenarios related to integrated logistics, novel territory surveillance, but also novel approaches for monitoring risks and particular events within a urban district. Another important thing to say is that, an enabling technology for smart mobility is the software-based technology. In other words, we have to say that an enabling technology is also the technologies allowing the possibility of processing the large amounts of data coming from these experiments and in general coming from novel smart mobility solutions, because vehicles, both terrestrial or aerial vehicles, are incredible data generators, and those data should be processed, should be analyzed in order to have a forecast of possible patterns, and this is a goal, a relevant goal of the Urban Control Center located here in the neighborhood of this pavilion, because we have a virtual counterpart of every entity moving within the area, considering pedestrians, considering traditional vehicles, but also novel autonomous vehicles, drones, and so on. Here you can find my reference, and if you want, I can available for possible collaboration in the framework of this project.
Thank you, Michele. So one question for you too. This project involved the municipality, the metropolitan area of Bari. So my question is, what is the role of public administration to facilitate the widespread of smart mobility solution?
The public administration plays a pivotal role in the possibility of a large and widespread, but also a safe adoption of novel technologies, and in particular of smart mobility solutions, because the PA is an actor allowing to share facilities, to share spaces, to share know-how, and to provide a privileged interface towards citizens. And then, in other words, the public administration could put in place living labs in order to perform experiments at an early stage, and to have a large assessment of the application in the field of novel technologies. In this world, in this way, basically we can have a first assessment of everything we want to prove, and we can involve scientists, we can involve citizens, we can put in the same place several actors involved in the process of the adoption of large and novel technologies. Here in the Bari municipality, this is happening because the project is a project considering that novel technologies such as blockchain, the ones mentioned before, artificial intelligence, smart mobility solutions, could be put in a urban area, in a living lab representing a urban district, and here we can have every possible ideas, we can have every possible solutions, and we can perform every experiment related to this the application to these novel technologies.
So we can start from Michele, the next round, so we can finish the job. Can the air mobility solve some problem relevant to logistic in the municipality of Bari? And what the obstacles you imagine about the deployment of these services?
The air mobility is surely a relevant element to solve some relevant issues related to logistics, to mobility in the Bari municipality. There is a large investment of the Bari municipality in the experimentation of novel mobility solutions. You have to consider that here in Bari there is the convergence of the traffic generated by the city with the one generated by the interport and the port area. And the aerial mobility is envisioned as a possible solution of this problem. You have to consider anyway that the aerial mobility solutions need for enabling infrastructures. And then it is not enough to put in place simplistic aerial mobility solution when a high-level, a high-throughput link connection is lacking. And then the idea behind the project of the Bari municipality is to cover the areas where we have a smart mobility solution in place with a 5G connection. But we need also, as said before, not tangible infrastructures, such as the one, software-based one, where we have the data manipulation, because also data manipulation are really relevant for the final adoption of these technologies, considering that by exploiting the data analysis, we can perform and we can obtain relevant information, not explicit relevant information, and this information are relevant for decisors for obtain a decision support system as a urban control center should be.
Thank you, Michele. Then let's come to the origin, to the unfolding activity. So, Rocco, what is hindering in the UAS ecosystem unfolding and technology progresses?
Thank you for the question. So I believe that in addition to the challenges in building the trust of the authority and of the citizens, of the public, something that industry are facing is the ever-evolving and incomplete regulatory framework, right? This is putting a risk on the market uptake of these technologies that can basically limit the operation, limit the scale of drone operation, but also reduce, let's say, make less fruitful the investment, and this will suppress innovation. There is a risk of suppress innovation, of course. I see that there are basically, for instance, two main concerns. The first one is that not all the category of drones clearly know what is going to be the regulating environment that they're going to deal with in a couple of years or soon. And this will freeze, because the industry at a certain point will have to freeze the design. And this is actually not possible with an ever-evolving regulatory framework. I know that regulation always comes after the technologies, right? Authority want to understand how the technology works, want to understand what are the consequences, what are the risks, and then they shape the regulation. But of course, this has to be better tailored. The second concern I have is also related to testing of these new technologies. Right now, all the testing shall go through one-off cumbersome waiver that takes too much time. And this is hindering innovation rather than facilitating it. So I believe what's important right now, and authorities should have set as a priority, is first to engage way more with industries, right? CESAR is doing this, and this is great because it's putting all together the main stakeholders that they're going to use, they're going to offer these services, and we are collecting inputs for the authority. So this is great, this is the way to go, and I really hope we are going to move towards this direction in the next months and years. Regarding the second point, instead for the testing, here I want to remark and share something that was said yesterday by Marco from EuroSC. It's important that we have a streamlined regulation that for the operational authorization issue, so when they have to be issued, they have to be done, this has to be done in a predictable and timely manner. Otherwise, this, as I said, will suppress innovation, make flight test campaign, make the testing way more complex than what it is already right now. So I believe and I hope that authority will move towards this direction and will suppress once for all the room for interpretation. This was already a big problem in SORA 2.0, and I'm super happy that SORA 2.5 is going to remove this, and I hope they're gonna follow this thread.
Thank you for your answer, quite articulated. And then Luigi, so everyone could join your USpace, as you told, the experimentation. What are the main challenges in deploying USpace?
That's the other side of the coin, yeah, of the matter. With respect to what Rocco said about, so it is a very complex ecosystem. It is a really complex ecosystem. So we know. So Rocco mentioned the regulation, but I would like focus more on standards part that in some part are still work in progress. So for sure, in order to have a complete interoperability among all the stakeholders of this complex ecosystem, for sure standard will support it better. So we know that there are some working group hardly working on some part, so there are ongoing activities, but this is one of the aspects. And then, of course, the challenge is that also to have the first instance of this deployment in place. No, that's It's not an easy job. We have seen that there are not only internal issues to cover, but also to look at externally. So it's not just a technical problem to solve, but also social, etc., etc. That I think it's the real challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. In fact, this is my point of view. We all know about technologies. We do not know nothing about people. This is the main point in deploying these new technologies. So next, again to Vadim. Vadim, the problem is the same. So how can we correctly spread or attract public embracement to increase positive perception of innovative air mobility services?
Oh, I wish I would have the answer to this question. Let me have a little bit of a fantasy.
All of us.
Yes. There was a real situation happened during one of the test flights, the test actions. I will not provide details, but the drone was in the air, and people were kind of looking at it as an enemy, scaring. And then someone said that, well, actually that was an emergency case, so the drone goes to save someone's life. And it was like a switch. Immediately the perception changed. You know, some authorities in some cities, they are very clever. Police, for example, they have web pages and they are present on social media. And every time they lift their drone up, they drop a message that anyone can read, that this is this kind of law enforcement operation, something. The same about emergency medical services. I like very much this approach. Also, I like very much that the European Commission has thought about that, and they are working now on a portal to bring this information and distribute it to all stakeholders, not only knowledgeable stakeholders, but to anyone. And I know that in Spain, a few weeks ago, there was Expotronica event, and there was U-Space Stakeholder Network meeting, and they presented that they are planning to have their own portal to educate people in Spain, and I really like that. We discussed about something similar like that in Finland, even though we have not progressed that far. But these are maybe important moments to have this kind of portals for whatever groups of stakeholders we could reach, and establish communication channels with whatever groups of stakeholders we could reach. And those are maybe local. I'm very happy to hear in Bari what you do, and also there was a deputy major yesterday, and it looks like he supports whatever your activities. So I don't know how much people are happy with everything what is flying above. This is a good question then. For example, Tomer, he said today that to enable businesses, we need to allow drones to fly everywhere. But I'm not entirely sure whether the general public would like to have masses of drones above their heads. You could not see sun even. That is something that we need to work with them. Maybe if it is for something for good, it would work. But we need to discuss and develop that together with them. So that's why this embracement, not acceptance. Yeah. Well, let's see how we'll proceed with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the last question is to Moritz. Moritz, on your opinion, it is really possible to start now, in this moment, to use to open a business on cargo drone today?
Yeah. So we have been talking here also about a lot of the challenges, and a part of this challenge is exactly like it has been said, to understand what the need is. So what do the users of the final service or of the product actually want and need to have? And if we provide something that is actually useful for users, they are willing to adopt it, they are willing to use it, and they are willing to accept it. And what we have shown by working directly with the end users of the solutions is that we can actually today already, even though there are constraints in the regulation, even though there might not be all the infrastructure and everything in place already, we still can already start today. And this is also why we, for example, as a company, also decided to open up our product, like the FV3, for other drone operators to be able to also implement services in their respective locations.
Thank you very much. So we have no time to continue. We have just understand that different standpoint has been placed on the table, and so the roadmap is now known. We know the benefits, we know the costs, so we are ready to take all the challenges this air mobility can offer. So that we have finished. Thank to all of you for your participation, and also to attend to this session. Thank you very much.
It's okay for the next demo, US-based NTD contact inspection of high voltage power line. Michele Giannuzzi.
Do you know Giorgio? Yes, he's my neighbor, come on.
Good evening again.
So again, this is the last one. Our Collio is already here. Ok? Sì, sì, sì. No, stai qua. Non ti preoccupare, certo. Okay, so the last demo will be a demo presentation, the flight demonstration made by Antix. The title of the demo, of the flight demonstration, is US-based ND contact inspection of high voltage power lines. So we are going to see how a service, new service, employed by drones, or how we can inspect difficult, in this case, power lines. I mean, high voltage power lines. So just to let you see better how we can solve some problems that human-based are difficult, but maybe with drones we can have much more simplification of the new services and whatever. On stage there will be Simone Panza, and so I will let you the floor.
Okay, thank you, Michele, for the introduction. I would like to start thanking the DTA for inviting me and give me this opportunity to present our demo. And also, I would like to thank the public because it's late, it's the last presentation, so I promise I will keep it short. Okay, so today we are going to talk about NDT contact inspections in the sense that we use the drone to go in contact with some kind of asset. So we will see specifically which kind of asset now. There is some problem with the remote controller. Okay. So just a couple of words to say who we are and what we do. So Antex is a spin-off company of Politecnico di Milano. So we were born from the drone laboratory in Politecnico di Milano, from the Department of Aerospace Science and Technology. We are drone manufacturers in the sense that we develop drones, we design and develop drones for education, for research, and for industrial applications. So the focus of the talk of today is centered on safety. Specifically, just a few weeks ago, we had the National Day of the Accidents on Work in Italy. So this is a very important theme, and we hear every day about the theme of safety on work in the newspapers, on the TV. So it's very important to provide solutions for this kind of problem. So Just as an example, I would like to show you this nice video of a person working on high voltage power lines. So today, this kind of maintenance work is carried out by human operators manually. Clearly, it's a kind of work that people do not want to do, usually because in this case, the operator has to work on a high voltage power line, which means 200, 300, or 400,000 volts. So clearly, it's a dangerous environment for the human health. So speaking about inspections, and specifically about NDT inspections, what does NDT means? It means non-destructive testing. So it means all those kind of inspections which do not damage the asset to be inspected. In particular, we can distinguish between visual inspections and contact inspections. So visual inspections means that some person has to look at the asset to be inspected with different tools. For example, with cameras or just with a human eye, for example, or with some kind of instruments. And in all of these cases, let's say we need one person to go physically close to the asset to be inspected. Okay. On the other hand, contact inspections means that we need an operator to get close to the asset to be inspected, and not only to take pictures, for example, but also, in this case, we need to place some sensor in contact with the asset to be inspected. And this asset may be a wind turbine, a metal structure, for example, a reservoir, a high voltage power line, of course. It could be civil infrastructures, such as bridges, and so forth and so on. So, why is this dangerous? It is dangerous in a number of ways, in the sense that we need to send some person, some human operator, close to the structure to be inspected, which often the structure to be inspected is located in a very high place, or in some place which is dangerous for the human health. So it's a kind of work which exposes the human workers to high risk. As a second point, this kind of inspection is expensive in terms of time, in terms of money, of course, and of resources, in the sense that usually, in order to get up to the point to be inspected, we need to build scaffoldings, for example, which takes a lot of time. It is a bulky solution. It is expensive, not only from the point of view of time, but also of money. And it is unsafe. And also, as an alternative to scaffoldings, we could use some kind of instrumentation which is of limited availability, for example, by bridges, platforms, cranes, and so on, which are not always available and which needs to be booked in advance. So, why using the drone to replace the human workers in these kind of inspections? Because, of course, the drone helps us to improve the safety of workers, as a first point. As a second point, the drone helps to reduce the time of inspection and also the cost related to inspection. It allows to reduce or even to avoid totally the downtime of the asset to be inspected. And also we have some advantages in terms of the quality of the data collected by the inspection. And of course, it's a green solution in the sense that if we use drones with electric propulsion, this is good for the environment. So, as for visual inspections, I mean, we use drones since a few years. So we see a lot of solutions based on drones which are able to carry out visual inspections. For example, solar panels, wind turbines, high voltage power lines, bridges, and so on. But what about contact inspections with drones? So this is more difficult. So we have some technological challenges related to this kind of contact inspections with drones, because what's going to happen if you use a conventional drone to, for example, to go in contact with an insulator, is that the drone will go unstable, because conventional drones do not have the capability to go in contact with the environment. So the solution is to use a drone which has a non-conventional configuration able to handle this kind of contact. And also the drone should have a guidance, navigation, and control system developed ad hoc, so specifically for this kind of application. So we came up with this project, which is named Aries. So Aries is a drone developed by Antex to carry out contact inspections. So in this picture, I will briefly show you why our drone is different from conventional drones, in the sense that if you notice, the propellers are not all parallel to each other, but they are tilted in different directions, and this gives the drone the capability to generate forces in all the directions. So what does this mean? It means that we can go in contact with, for example, with high voltage lines, high voltage insulators, and specifically the drone Aries has been developed for inspections on insulators of high voltage power lines. So this project was developed in collaboration with DRB, which is another spin-off of Politecnico di Milano. And specifically, Antex developed the drone, while DRB developed the robotic arm, which is attached to the drone as a payload. So it will be clearer in the next slide. So this is a demonstration that we carried out 1 year ago. It looks like a render, but I can guarantee you that it's real. It's a real demonstration. I was there. And basically what's going to happen is that the drone would get close to the insulator. It would attach to the insulator and remain with horizontal attitude while pushing against the insulator. And meanwhile, we have a sensor, which is that small green element, which you can see in the video, which basically is an electric field sensor. So basically, while the drone pushes against the insulator, we measure the electric field along the insulator. So this will be the result of the inspection. So this is a comparison between two different insulators. The one on the left is a healthy insulator, so you would read an electric field measurement which is approximately linear, while if you read some measurement just like in the right part of the screen, and if you see some discontinuity in the measurement, then this is an indicator that the insulator is damaged, so it needs maintenance. So we developed this drone initially for inspections on high voltage insulators, but the nice part is that the drone has been developed with a configuration which allows to go in contact with objects. So not only insulators, but also hypothetically a large plethora of applications. For example, it could be used with a ultrasonic testing probe to measure the thickness of metal structures, for example. Or it could be equipped with LPS measurement system to test the LPS system of wind blade turbines. Or it could be equipped with a georadar, for example, a GPR instrument to inspect bridges, for example, the beams which are below the bridges, to inspect the state of deterioration of these beams. Or even, speaking about high voltage power lines, even the conductor lines. And I mean, there are many possible cases of applications and also many possible payloads which can be integrated on board the drone, which could be, say, evaluated case by case. And I would like to conclude going beyond the application of using drones for inspections. So in the next years, what we are going to see, so the trend, the vision for the next years is that we will see drones which will be capable to go in contact with the environment, and not only to carry out inspections, but also to carry out manipulation tasks more in general. So for example, in the left part of the screen, you can see some different examples of manipulators which can be installed, integrated on board of the drone. And by means of, let's say, a drone which is capable of handling contact with the environment, we will see drones which will be able to carry out manipulation tasks. So, for example, cleaning buildings or grasping objects and stuff like that. So, in order to conclude, we demonstrated the feasibility to carry out contact inspections on high voltage insulators. We developed a drone with a configuration which allows to carry out inspections not only on high voltage power lines, but also potentially on many other kinds of assets. And what we are going to see in the next years is a change of paradigm. So we will see drones that will be not just flying cameras, let's say, which take pictures and videos, but we will have drones which will be able to go in contact with objects and interacting with the humans and with the environment. Thanks for your attention.
So thank you, Simone. Any question of curiosity for Antex? Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we end the 2 day of the third edition of Drones Beyond with satisfaction, with awareness that DTA we will protagonists with other stakeholders of the transformation of our city and our community. And now I call on here Giuseppe Acerno, give the conclusion. It's already thinking something about the next edition.
Hi, survivors. Are you ready for 12 years more of conference? So I have to say only thank you, give you some numbers. We are very pleased because we have reached more than 900 presents in these 2 days. A great part of them students, and this makes us very happy. We had more than 500 contacts from LinkedIn, and Amelia told me that in YouTube in 2 days almost 400. So our aim was not only to stay all together and to exchange information, ideas, possible cooperation, interaction between private and public, between different people. So not only this, but also try to inspire people and to reduce the distance between technologies, this kind of technology, but I would say innovation technology in particular, with all the possible users, because we have lived and we live sometimes periods in which we see, from our point of view, many opportunities coming from the use of technologies, but we also see around us people afraid of it, scared, maybe not used to manage innovation, do not have the habit to deal with the innovation. And so this is a result, the number of people that take part in our activities. As Michele said, we are not thinking about the next edition. We are already organizing the next edition. It will be in the airport in Grottaglie, where we can find the opportunity to, again, demonstrate, exchange ideas, meet people, experiences that belong to the same sector, which is the innovative aerial services. But in that case, according to the fact that we have an infrastructure different from this one, we will have the opportunity to meet companies and people that are more involved, let's say, in the mobility of people and not goods. And this is our challenge, to stay there, to touch the experience that are around Europe, maybe to see some of it and to have the opportunity to go ahead in this cooperation that started a few years ago. This is the first edition. I hope to find all of you in the fourth, and maybe we will be more. And maybe, as I have understood in these days, all of you can come back not only with a good feeling and remembering, if my English is correct, of this today together, but also with something that can be useful for its activity, its job, its community, and so on. So thank you very much. And just one thing I was forgetting, there will be a drone show at 7 p.m., just 5 minutes on foot. Maybe there are some indications how to reach it, so if you want to join it, I think it's interesting. Maybe you have already seen things like this, but why not tonight? Thank you. Bye.